Please, sir. Please. Please.
A big round of applause and welcome to all the respected dignitaries to ICSCCC 2026.
Excuse me. Yes. Thank you.
I request all the dignitaries to please come on the stage. I feel delighted to welcome you all to the 4th edition of IEEE-sponsored International Conference on Secure Cyber Computing and Communications ICSCCC 2026, organized by the Department of CSC, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar National Institute of Technology, London. It gives me immense pleasure to be back on the platform after 3 years with double the enthusiasm and spirit. We are privileged to have among us Professor Manoj Mishra from IIT Roorkee, who is gracing the event as the chief guest. Our eminent guests of honor include Professor Lalit Gyavasi, Vice Chancellor SP Umandi, Professor Sneha Kabra ma'am, Section Secretary and Member IEEE Delhi Section. And we would be having keynote speakers, Professor Sanjeev Sofal from PEC Chandigarh and Dr. Eric Cambria from NTU Singapore in the virtual mode. A warm welcome to our Registrar, Professor Anish Sachdeva, Professor Rohit Mehra, DRC, and we would be having our Director, Professor Vinod Kumar Kanodia, soon joining us. Today, we gather here to share a vision of promoting innovation, nurturing collaboration, and creating a platform where ideas from the academia, research, and industry come together to address emerging technological challenges in the domains of cybersecurity, machine intelligence, cloud computing, and other trending technologies. So it would be a great experience for all the delegates and participants. But before we move ahead, I would like Professor Sachdeva, Professor Mehra, Professor Sangul, and Professor Harshwar to please give a floral welcome to our chief guest, Professor Manoj Mishra, sir. A big round of applause, everyone.
आगे आइए सर, ज़्यादा बैठा इससे बाहर ही सर, इन्हें आगे आइए सर, आगे आइए
Professor Lalitowski sir, I would request to give a floral welcome to Professor Lalitowski sir. Big round of applause.
Wait, sir. Once again. Yes. Thank you.
Now I request you to give a floral welcome to Professor Sneha Kabra. Big round of applause.
Thank you.
I now request Professor A. Sanghi sir and Professor Harsh Verma sir to please welcome our registrar sir, Professor Sachdeva and DRC, Professor Rohit Mehra sir. Big round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to all the dignitaries. Now, as we begin this auspicious occasion, I request all the dignitaries to gather near the stage for the ceremonial lamp lighting and seek the blessings of Goddess Saraswati. I also request Professor Ajay Bansal and Professor R.K. Sir to please join. A warm welcome to both of you. Please join us on the stage for ceremonial lamp lighting.
Yes, please.
Thank you, respected dignitaries. The lighting of the lamp signifies the spread of knowledge, wisdom, and enlightenment. May this conference become a source of new ideas and fruitful collaborations for all of us. Now, before we go ahead, I would like to request Professor A.L. Sangal, Head of the Department, Computer Science and Engineering, to provide us an overview of the department and the vision behind the conference.
First of all, a very good morning to all present here at this auspicious occasion. Good morning to all delegates, dignitaries, fellow colleagues, and dear students. I welcome you all to the fourth edition of ICSCCC-sponsored International Conference on Secure Cyber Computing and Communication. I extend a special welcome to our chief guest, Professor Manoj Mishra ji, IIT Roorkee, for taking out his precious time to grace this event. I would like to welcome our guest of honor and distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Lalit Kumar Awasthi ji, Vice Chancellor SPU Mandi, Himachal Pradesh, Professor Sneha Kabra, Section Secretary and Member IEEE Delhi Section, Professor Sanjeev Sofat, who will be online with us for a keynote address from Punjab Engineering College, Chandigarh, and Dr. Eric Kambra, NTU, Singapore. I extend a warm welcome to our Honorable Director, Professor Vinod Kumar Kanodia ji, and Registrar, Professor Anish Sachdeva, and Dean Research and Consultancy, Professor Rohit Mehra ji. Professor Kanodia ji is our Honorable Director, is busy with the conduct of the interviews. So the moment he will be free for a moment, he will join us at any time. So our department. So some brief about the Computer Science and Engineering Department. Our department was established in the year 1990 with an intake of 40 students, and for almost 14 years we had only BTech in computer science. And now in the year 2006 we started the postgraduate program in computer science and engineering, and then PhD program full-time and part-time in the year 2006. During our Honorable Director, Professor Moinuddin ji, and since then this institute and the department is scaling new heights in the field of academics, research and development. Department has at present two BTech programs. One is in computer science and engineering, which was started in 1990, and another we have recently added, which the present students are in third year in data science and engineering. Department is also running three postgraduate programs. One is computer science and engineering, another is computer science and engineering and information security is a specialization, and data science and engineering. We have almost 100 students in AMTech, and that's the and then we have few self-sponsored seats for which a response was overwhelming. Around 218 number of applicants applied, out of which 61 was gate qualified, and the seats were only 35. That speaks of the importance of the discipline and the dedication of the faculty which is taking care of these courses. On this behalf, I congratulate the faculty and the department and thank our Honorable Director for that, providing us a valuable guidance in scaling new heights in the field of computer science and engineering, IT and AI. All these are together. This is the fourth edition of this present conference. I vividly remember in the year 2018, we thought of starting it, and we did it in 2018. Then we did it in 2021. We did it in 2023, and now we are in 2026. I request all the faculty members to continue these traditions. The show must go on, whether one is around or not. And with IIT Roorkee Awasthi was our Honorable Director, and he also, and then now Professor Manoj Mishra ji. Thank you very much, sir, for sparing your valuable time, and at times whenever the department required guidance, it was forthcoming from your side. From the core of my heart, I thank you once again to be with us this morning. Thank you, one and all, and I hope this conference will provide a very interactive, useful platform to exchange ideas of research and development and a networking so that you can learn, discuss in the next 3 days. Now with the online mode, the people who are physically present, they are a bit less, but there was more than, I think, 1,300 applications were received, the research paper were received, and we have around 300 we have shortlisted out of this. So it's only 20-25% paper were selected after a rigorous review by the peer reviewers. So this all goes to the direction provided to us by the Honorable Director and the hard work of the department. With these words, I welcome one and all for this conference, 4th edition of this present conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the insights. Now, I would like to invite Professor Harsh Verma, sir, to present an overview of the conference and share the journey of ICSCCC-2026.
Good morning, all. A warm welcome to all the respected dignitaries. Our chief guest of the day, Professor Manoj Mishra ji, IIT Roorkee. Guests of honor, Professor Lalit Awasthi and Professor Sneha Thapar. Our director, Professor Vinod Kumar Kojia ji, who shall be joining us very shortly. Registrar, Professor Anish Sachdeva. Dean Research and Consultancy, Professor Rohit Mehra. All the delegates present here with us, fellow colleagues and dear students. It gives me an immense pleasure to give you an overview of the 4th International Conference on Secure Cyber Computing and Communication, organized by Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, National Institute of Technology, Jalandhar. In today's rapidly evolving digital era, emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, cyber security, Internet of Things, cloud computing, etc. are transforming our life, every sector of the society. So these are providing a multitude of opportunities and also paving way for critical challenges related to security, privacy, and availability. Therefore, there is a growing need for a dedicated platform like this, that is ICSCCC 2026, that brings together researchers, academicians, industry experts, and students to exchange innovative ideas, discuss current challenges, and explore practical solutions. The conference aims to promote collaborations and establish meaningful connections through insightful discussions. So, building on the success of previous 3 editions, like Professor Sangal told, this is the 4th edition of the conference, and is sure to be a path-breaking event which shall focus on various cutting-edge technologies. So, this year, we have received a terrific response. Over 1,282 research papers were submitted by the researchers all over the world. And a rigorous peer review process was done, and after careful evaluation by our reviewers and experts, 325 high-quality research contributions have been selected for presentation. The conference includes technical sessions spanning various emerging domains, including cybersecurity, secure software systems, artificial intelligence, machine learning, data analytics, communication networks, and intelligent computing technologies. So comparing with the statistics of the third version of the ICSCCC, which was held in 2023, a total of 545 research papers were received and 144 were accepted after screening by the technical experts. So this year, the response and enthusiasm is truly overwhelming. This reflects greater participation, wider international reach, and increased diversity in research contributions. This reflects the increasing relevance of research in cybersecurity, intelligence systems, and other emerging computing paradigms. It is the prayer that the event will bring together eminent researchers, keynote speakers, and session chairs who will share their fruitful dialogues on the challenges that lie ahead in the various domains of cyber computing and communication. We have the pleasure of hearing the keynote addresses of Professor Manoj Mishra, Professor Lalit Kumar Awasthi, Professor Eric Cambria, and Professor Sanjeev Sopar in today's inaugural only. So this inaugural session will be followed by the technical sessions. There are 19 sessions over 5 different tracks for the next 3 years or 3 days. Deliberations in these sessions will help in advancing the knowledge of the researchers and establishing meaningful connections. Valuable feedback will be shared during presentation of papers and exchange of ideas between like-minded researchers. This will open a multitude of avenues for collaborations. The conference will take place in hybrid mode, which will provide opportunity to researchers from diverse backgrounds and diverse locations. With the constant support and guidance of our director, Professor Vinod Kumar Kanojia, Professor A.L. Sangal, head of the department, and the entire organizing committee, the conference will be great success, I am sure. I congratulate the entire Department of Computer Science and Engineering for nurturing this idea and meticulously executing it. I thank all the authors, reviewers, session chairs, keynote speakers, organizing committee members, and participants for their valuable contributions towards ICSCCC 2026. I wish all participants an enriching, productive, and memorable conference experience. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. We acknowledge IEEE for this conference, for sponsoring us and nurturing this idea of ICSCCC 2026. And we also welcome Professor Pamita Awasthi here in the conference, who is here with us today. So, yes, now as we move ahead, I would now like to invite on the stage Professor Sneha Kabra ma'am, who is a distinguished academician and researcher in the field of electronics, currently serving as professor in the Department of Instrumentation at Shahid Rajguru College of Applied Sciences, University of Delhi. She has authored more than 100 publications and has successfully led multiple research projects. A senior member of IEEE and fellow of IETE, she has held several key leadership positions with IEEE Delhi section and has also been honored with the Meritorious Teacher Award by the Government of NCT Delhi for her contributions to education. We welcome you, ma'am, and we look forward to your insights.
Thank you very much for that elaborate introduction. First of all, a very warm good morning to the chief guest of the day, Professor Manoj Mishra, the distinguished guest present on the dais, off the dais, faculty members of NIT Jalandhar, and my dear students who have joined us online as well as in person over there. It's indeed my privilege and pleasure to join this fourth edition of the conference here. I would like to extend my gratitude to the organizing team, Dr. Urvashi and her team, who have been coordinating with me for past almost 15 to 20 days and have invited me over here. The theme of the conference is very well thought and it matches with the need of the hour today. The theme, which is on secure cyber computing and communication, is what is a real challenge in today's time. All of us are living in the world of AI, ML, natural language processing, and so on. So artificial intelligence is no more, it's no more a choice. It's actually as perseverant and as essential as maybe electricity in today's world. So no matter whether we are using it intentionally or unintentionally, but it is surrounding us all throughout the day. So whether you go to any field in today's time, may it be a farmer, a doctor, an engineer, a businessman, educationists like us, students, teachers, all of us are making use of technology. So it's good to see that here this conference has been chosen, the theme of the conference has been chosen as cyber security. And this is the fourth edition of this conference, and as I was hearing to the other speakers and while I was coming to this institute, I was really overwhelmed to see that this conference has received close to 1,300 papers with an acceptance rate of 25%. So that is what IEEE actually stands for. So the acceptance ratio itself speaks volumes about the quality of the conference. And we are really glad to see, we from Delhi section, that NIT Jalandhar is maintaining the conference standard year after year, and it is continuing it with great enthusiasm, coming from barely close to 235 submissions in third edition, or 535 submissions in last edition, to 2.5 times jump of close to 1,300 submissions this year. We at Delhi section, we receive many proposals throughout the year, and whenever we receive a proposal from different institutions across Delhi section, we really feel very elated that because Delhi section is geographically very large, it covers almost 7 states and 7 union territories, starting from Delhi, Punjab, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir, Leh Ladakh. So we cover wide geographical region, and seeing different regions, different institutes located at these places organizing such standard quality IEEE conferences, it is really a great pleasure. And we always look forward to having more proposals from these institutes located across different places. So IEEE, as all of you know, it's the world's largest global organization, the world's largest community of technical experts, scientists, engineers, and currently it has close to 5 lakh members. So I'm sure many of the faculty members, students, and the delegates who have participated in this conference must be a member of this IEEE, which is the largest organization. And at Delhi section, we have about 10,000 members at present, and we are growing year by year. So, and among these 10,000 members, we have different technical societies also. So those who are part of one or the other technical societies is good. But at section, we have almost the highest number of technical societies. We have close to 27 technical societies spanning from computer science, signal systems, electron device society, solid state circuits, instrumentation, and many more. So we would really like you to come forward and join these societies, maybe as officer or ExCom member or a simple member, and contribute in conducting activities under these technical societies, because that will really help to bring the vision and mission of IEEE to the local benefits, because the tagline of IEEE itself says that advancing technology for the benefit of humanity. So unless we do something which is really serving the cause of the local challenges, it really doesn't mean much. So I'm sure that conferences like this will help in spreading the use of technology for the benefit of the local challenges which we face, because these are the times when every other day we see some or the other problem faced by us. We have gone through COVID and we have seen that how by making use of technology we were able to save lakhs of people. So I am sure that the delegates who have participated in this conference will exchange ideas, and you never know that when one idea exchanges in this conference becomes a product and it does wonders in the global community. So I wish that just like this edition, NIT Jalandhar keeps on organizing these kind of conferences year on year and achieves great success in the years to come. Thank you very much for inviting me once again.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your inspiring words. I would now like to invite Professor Lalit Awasthi, sir, who has been a part of the ICSCCC journey since its inception. Professor Awasthi is presently serving as the Vice Chancellor of Sardar Patel University, Mandi, Himachal Pradesh, a distinguished academician and administrator. He has over 38 years of experience in teaching, research, institution building, and academic leadership. He has served as the director of NIT Jalandhar, NIT Uttarakhand, and also held additional responsibilities at NIT Delhi and NIT Hamirpur. His research contributions include more than 250 publications and several patents in emerging areas of AI, network security, smart healthcare, and distributor systems. I invite you, sir, for your insights for the audience.
Very good morning to one and all present. Honorable Manoj Mishra ji, who is my mentor, my guide also, and the chief guest for this conference on secure cyber computing and communication. Madam Sneha, then Professor Sangal, Professor Harsh, Anish, and the Professor Mehra, deans, head of departments, faculty colleagues, participants, and dear students. It's my pleasure to be here on the inaugural of this international conference, and already the quality has been demonstrated. So, big round of applause to NIT Jalandhar for such a good conference. More than 1,300 people, and out of which roughly 25% have been accepted. The cyber security, computing, and communication. These are two verticals where a lot of research is still needed. The volume, the size of this problem can be looked into that internationally in the world we are losing roughly around 10.5 trillion dollar equivalent due to cyber frauds, which amounts to be around 20 billion every day. And India, this amount is roughly 22,500 crores a year in 2025. This is the estimated loss due to cyber security frauds. And every now and then you can see it's not only the people who are not that much educated, but the people who are educated, who are in position like DIG and all those people are losing money to the tune of 10 crore, 5 crore, 20 crore. And you can see these are the cases which have been reported. There can be many more which are not reported. So lot many advances are there in cyber security and communication. On one side we want that we should be able to seamlessly communicate. On the other hand, we want everything on earth should be connected. Every point on earth should be connected. And similarly, when we go for connecting these volumes of devices, the size of these devices gets reduced, and so gets the reduction in the possibility of having say like IoT devices and things which we put, they are not that much secure and they are vulnerable to attacks. And the attacks are on one side, we are saying that AI and machine learning, they are leveraged to find out solutions. On the other hand, AI and ML is being used by the attacker also to make more sophisticated attacks. So we need to look into that how these enabling technologies can help us in preventing this loss to the industry. And this loss is not in terms of money, it is in terms of shutting down the system, shutting down the industrial processes and things like that. So it amounts to a big loss in terms of revenue and manpower. So, and there can be some vulnerable threats also to the humanity as such. The system, if they are attacked in a very sophisticated manner, they can result into disaster. Because every one of us wants everything to be smart. We want smart grid, we want smart industries, we want smart homes. So everywhere when we say smart, we invite some devices which are low cost, inexpensive sensors, IoT devices, which are vulnerable to attack. And once one single point of open point in a network is enough to give a window or a path to attacker to reach to more sophisticated attacks. So attacks are also becoming more sophisticated. So the conference, as it has been told earlier also, there will be around 300 presentations, and I hope they will be quite good, quite informative to the participants, and there need to be some of these deliberations need to give the path for future ready systems, so that the challenges which we face in information security in future, we should be able to propose some solution to that. And definitely, as we want that our country should be self-sufficient, we should be Viksit, we should be a developed country. So we need to look into how these deliberations can be converted into some products, where these products can help the industry and our cyber system to be more secure, and these products can be translated into some new patents and new initiatives, new startups. With these words, I wish you all the very best for a happy learning for next 3 days, and I thank the organizers for inviting me here, giving me opportunity to talk to this august gathering. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, sir, for these inspiring words. I now take the privilege of inviting our chief guest, Professor Manoj Mishra, sir, for sharing his insights with the audience. Professor Mishra, who is a professor in the Department of CSC IIT Roorkee, is a recipient of the prestigious Commonwealth Scholarship for doing PhD at University of Newcastle upon Tyne. His work spans across a number of emerging domains such as distributed computing, information security, and mobile ad hoc networks. He has several high-impact research publications and national initiatives in his name. We are privileged to have you, sir, as the chief guest today, and I invite you to share your experience and address the gathering.
Thank you for introducing me. And a very good morning to all of you. First, I welcome the distinguished dignitaries on the dais, the members of the organizing committee of this conference, the faculty members, the students, and the participants in this conference. I thank the organizing committee of this conference for inviting me here and giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts with you. This conference, which is about secure cyber computing and communications, I don't think that there's a need to tell you that why cyber security is needed, why there is a need to do the research in this area, why there is a need to work in this area, and why there is a need to organize a conference in this area. We all know that why cyber security is important. So I thought that probably I'll share something about privacy which goes hand in hand with cyber security. In fact, for privacy, we need security. But sometimes the objectives of security, they clash with the privacy also. Say, for example, if an organization wants to implement a secure environment, it may want to find out that what are the digital activities of its employees, and where it may violate the privacy of its employees. So we talk a lot about security, and I think privacy is also a topic in one of the track I saw in this. But we need to talk about privacy also along with the security. In general, if I am going to define the privacy, privacy can be defined as one should have control on that what personal information regarding that individual, an organization or a company is authorized to collect, store or share with others. But when I am talking about privacy here, it is in more broader terms. Sometimes we are voluntarily publishing or we are voluntarily disclosing our personal information because we all use social media a lot. So we are disclosing our personal information on the social media, sharing it with others, probably making it public for others, which may lead to security violations or which may make us vulnerable to security attacks. Probably every one of us has heard this saying that Big Brother is watching us. So when you are on internet, when you are using some kind of digital platform, there is someone who is watching us. And in fact, with the advent of AI, with the increase in AI techniques which are there, and with the sophisticated tracking technologies, this watching thing has become more severe. We all use Gmail, we all use Google Drives, we all use cloud services, we store our data there. Now we have started thinking, but sometime back we never thought that when we are storing our data on cloud and we are using Gmail, which comes free to us, at least for some part of it, then what happens to our data which we are storing on these servers? Now government has also started saying that okay, don't store all that data in some data centers in US only. Have data centers in India also, and Google has some data centers in India. But as I said that nothing comes free. So why everyone is ready to provide free services to us? What is the catch behind that? So now I will not say that it is not the case that Google is going to examine all our mails which are in our inbox to do something. Now, in order to filter the spams, in order to provide the security, there are automated programs which do that. But in general, when we are talking about the Google account that you have, they monitor our digital activities, they monitor the sites that we are accessing for the target advertising. So somewhere something is there and we should be aware of that. Similarly, these days, the companies, they are bringing into the market every day new products. And once in IIT Roorkee, one of my collaborators, he was there, he was working in the area of 5G. and I arranged his talk. And then some other faculty person from some US university, and he was the collaborator of some other faculty member in the same department. He attended his talk, and then there was a lot of discussion between them that do we really need 5G? And now after 5G, 6G is coming. Many of us, when we are using a 5G mobile, are we actually going to use all the features which 5G provides? So there was lots of discussion, and it was there that probably all of us are not even aware that what are the features which 5G provides, which we can use. Similarly, once I was, in fact, there was a person from Meta, and I was walking with him. We were having some discussions, and then he said that, see, the goggles that I am wearing, they are smart goggles. They have a camera inbuilt. And if I say, Meta, please record a video, it will start recording the video of all the persons who are here in front of me. So then I said that, are you violating the privacy of those persons? So sometimes we do these things without even thinking of it. So there is a need to think about in this direction also, that when we are doing something, whether we are violating the privacy of some other person or not. And the other thing is that when we are using these products, we should use them carefully. We talk about smartphones, we talk about the smart home, we talk about the smart industry, we talk about the smart TV. But have you ever thought that if you are using a smart TV with a camera inbuilt in, so when you are watching that TV lying on your bed in your bedroom, is there any possibility that someone sitting in some remote place in some other part of the country or in the world is also watching you in your bedroom? So we should use these things carefully. The government has taken many initiatives in this direction. Long back in 2015, our Prime Minister, he started Digital India Initiative. And the purpose of that was to increase the digital infrastructure, to improve the digital infrastructure in India, and to provide the services provided by the government in online mode so that they are available to the citizens of India. Aadhaar card, UPI, DigiLocker, these are some of the flagship programs of this initiative. There are many organizations which are taking care of security. For example, we have CERTIN, and the purpose of that is to monitor, analyze, and disseminate information regarding cyber incidents which are happening, and also to raise alarms if something suspicious or malicious informs. There is Cyber Swachhta Keନ୍ଦ୍र, which deals with the analysis of the malwares and the botnets. There is an ICA project, and I think NIT Jalandhar is also part of that, which is about education and awareness in this direction. So one thing I would like to say, that all these things, they are good, they make our life easier. But when you are using them, please be careful. Be vigilant. So it is very easy, or it makes our life easier when we thought of that, okay, I am sitting in my house, in my sofa with a cup of coffee in my hand, I can purchase the things by going to the Amazon Prime. But at the same time, it is also easier for a hacker or for a cyber criminal. He can also do the same thing, sitting in his home, on his sofa with a cup of coffee in his hand. He can hack your account. So, what I think that, okay, the government is doing many things to make our lives secure. The companies like Google, Microsoft, their engineers, they are also busy day and night for making our lives secure. But we should also gain knowledge, and we should always be vigilant when we are using these digital platforms, digital services, so that we don't become victim of these cyber criminals. So with these words, I'll again thank the organizers of this conference for inviting me here and for sharing my thoughts with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for this thought-provoking address. I request Manoj Mishra, sir, Professor Awasthi, sir, and Professor Kabra ma'am, and all the respected dignitaries to join in the inaugural of the published proceedings of the 4th IEEE-sponsored International Conference on Secure Cyber Computing and Communications, ICSCCC 2026. I request Professor Renu Bhi ma'am to join. Big round of applause from the audience. This is the published proceedings of ICSCCC 2026, which is being inaugurated on the stage. Big round of applause.
One second. Yes, please. Thank you.
So now I request Professor Sambil, Professor Verma, Professor Sachdeva, Professor Mehra to felicitate our chief guest and our guests of honor. First, I would request you, sir, to felicitate Professor Manoj Mishra. Sir. Audience, please keep the enthusiasm alive.
चलेगा ना? सुनायो. मैम आप साथ आ जाओ प्लीज. इधर आ सर, आओ प्लीज. यस प्लीज. वेट 1 सेकंड. खोल दो. Yes, please. Wait.
I request you, sir, to please felicitate Professor Awasthi, sir.
Photo करा लो बस. Yes, please. Thank you. Wait. Yes, please.
And so I now request you to felicitate Professor Sneha Kabra, ma'am.
Congratulations for the new baby.
Yes, please. Yes.
I now request Professor Samral, Professor Verma and Professor B to felicitate our registrar, Professor Anish Sachdeva, sir. Professor Rohit Mehra, sir. Applause for all the dignitaries.
The photo, please. Yes, please.
Thank you so much to everyone. Thank you so much to all the dignitaries. To formally express gratitude to all our dignitaries, delegates, and organizing members, I now invite Dr. Urvashi for a vote of thanks.
Respected Chief Guest of Honor, distinguished dignitaries, delegates, esteemed faculty members, researchers, participants, and dear students. On behalf of the organizing committee of ICSCCC 2026, it is my proud privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to all those whose encouragement, guidance, and support have contributed immensely to the successful organization of this conference. First and foremost, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to our Honorable Director, Professor Vinod Kumar Kanodia, for his constant encouragement, visionary leadership, and valuable guidance at every stage that have been a great source of motivation in making this conference a meaningful and successful event. We are deeply honored by the presence of our chief guest, Professor Manoj Mishra ji, our guest of honor, Professor Lalit Kumar Avasthi, and our IEEE representative, Professor Sneha Kabra. Thank you for sparing your valuable time to grace this occasion. Your insightful words, inspiring thoughts, and keynote addresses will certainly enrich the knowledge and perspective of all the participants and researchers present here. I would also like to convey my sincere thanks to our respected registrar, Professor Anish Kumar Sachdeva, Professor Rohit Kumar Mehra, Dean RNC, and Professor Pavita Avasthi for graciously joining us today, encouraging this academic endeavor through their presence. I extend my sincere appreciation to the members of International and National Advisory Committee, the Oversight Committee, the Steering Committee, technical experts, reviewers, session chairs for their invaluable contributions in making this academic quality and standard of this conference. I would like to express my deeply gratitude to Professor A.L. Sangal, Head of the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Professor Harsh Kumar Verma, the conference chair, conveners, secretaries, and faculty members, and the entire organizing team for their continued support, coordination, and dedicated efforts in planning and executing this conference successfully. A special vote of thanks goes to all authors, delegates, researchers, and participants who have traveled from various institutions and regions to be a part of this conference. Your enthusiastic participation and scholarly contributions are the true essence and strength of this conference. I would like to acknowledge and appreciate our student volunteers, supporting staff, whose sincere efforts behind the scenes ensure the smooth conduct of today's proceedings. As we move forward with the technical session and discussion over the next 3 days, I wish all the participants a highly enriching, insightful, and collaborative experience. Once again, I thank each one of you for the gracious presence, encouragement, and valuable support in making this inaugural ceremony truly commendable. Thank you, everyone. Now, I would like to request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
So I would request everyone to come outside the ICSCCC hall for a photograph, after which we would proceed for high tea and refreshments, and after in around half an hour we would be back here for the first keynote address. So I request you all to proceed for the photograph first. Thank you.
किसको स्कॉलर इज गिविंग मेरे क्या
अच्छा अमृतपाल ये वो है एन स्कॉर्पियो एन हाँ टॉप मॉडल नहीं रहा
ग्रुप कर लियो ना, 2 ग्रुप कर लियो बड़े।
Yes, please. Thank you. Done. Yes, please. Yes, please. Thank you. Done. स्क्रीन तो चलूगा, आप स्क्रीन का फोकस नहीं कर देना। ये हाले तो शुरू हो देखें लग रहा है कि लेने में उधर सही है। कर ले 15 मिनट बाद इन्ना च राउंड घुमा पिछे नहीं घुमाना खाली कुर्सी देखनी उन्हें भरियां दिखानी मतलब समझो इतना ही हॉल है पिछले बंदे भूल जाओ इधर दिखाया उधर दिखाया फिर रूम उसे कर दिया
Welcome back. Now it's an absolute honor to welcome our keynote speaker, Professor Manoj Mishra, a distinguished veteran from the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, IIT Roorkee. A recipient of the prestigious Commonwealth Scholarship, he earned his PhD from the University of Newcastle upon Tyne, UK. His pioneering engineering work spans distributed computing, information security, and mobile ad hoc networks. Having served with distinction as HOD at IIT Roorkee, his profound academic footprint includes guiding numerous doctoral scholars in cutting-edge domains like distributed real-time databases, cryptographic authentication, and network forensics. With decades of transformative teaching, countless high-impact research publications, and leadership in vital national initiatives like the ISA project, his insights are set to deeply enrich our conference today. We are incredibly privileged to have him with us, and we invite him now to take the stage and share his invaluable insights. Over to you, sir.
Okay, so thank you very much for the introduction. And to be safe, I will say a very good day to all of you. I don't think that I can say good morning now. So, this talk is about authentication protocol. So, I try to discuss something about the basics of the authentication and then the research that we are doing in the area of authentication. And what are the future directions if you are interested in doing the research in this particular direction. So, just to prepare a background for that, we already had some of the talks where the people they shared, or the faculty members and the persons they shared, that why we need security. So, if you are talking about the internet users, so India is among the, if I am talking about the number of people who are using the internet, so it is in the top 3 countries along with China and US. But if you are really going through the statistics, you will see that now India is at the second number, but it is only 50% of the population of India that is using internet. Whereas in China it is 75%, in US it is 95%. And that is why when previously in my talk I mentioned that our government has started the Digital India initiative. So the purpose of that initiative is to increase or to improve the digital infrastructure of India and to make the people aware that how the services of the government they can be used digitally. The other thing is that when we are using internet, and most of the applications that we normally are using, they are distributed in nature. So when you are doing a purchasing from Amazon, or when you are watching a movie on the Netflix, server is somewhere else, and the client machine on which you are running the application for either doing the purchasing from the Amazon or to watch the movie is at some other location. So how these applications at different locations they are communicating with each other? They are communicating through message passing. So because all of you are from computer science, that is what I assume. So if you have done the course on distributed systems, normally we say that the processes which are running on different machines, they don't share memory, and the only way of communication is through message passing. Now in some cases it may be a combination of the both. But when it is through message passing, then the hackers, because it is an open internet, open network, so the hackers they can reset, they can change, they can modify, they can even generate new messages, they can impersonate as someone else. So we need security mechanisms to save our computers, to save our network, and to save ourselves. Sometime back in 2022, when I gave a lecture or a talk, so just to compare that what was in 2022 and what is in 2026, you will see that the data says that in 2022, the India was in top 10 countries in terms of that what are the countries where most of the cyber attacks they have happened. And in 2026, the situation is almost same. India is still in top 10, so we can say that it is one of the country along with US and the United Kingdom where most of cyber crimes they have happened. Cyber attacks that have happened. So this is why we need to talk about security. And one of the things in security is authentication that we will talk about today. So because I'm working in this particular area from last some years, so what I have realized that why these attacks they actually happen, so some of the reasons are combined here in this slide. So one of the reasons is bugging software and another reason is software reuse. So we all know about the vulnerabilities in the operating system, in the other applications that we are using, and we know that there was a vulnerability in Microsoft Word because of which some of the attacks they happened. There is vulnerability in Windows, and this is why we are keep on getting the updates, which if you are not installing your machine, it becomes vulnerable for attacks. Software reuse is another thing because of which the attacks are possible. And if you remember sometime back, I think 2 or 3 years back, when there was an attack on ChatGPT and people they were able to read the chats of other persons also. So then the CEO of ChatGPT actually claimed that this attack happened not because the bug or the vulnerability or something wrong which was written in the software which was written by their engineers, but rather it was a bug which was in some of the library that they used. But software reuse is necessary because you cannot write all the software on your own. Even when you are writing in C a small program like Hello World, you are using the software written by someone else, the code of printf. So let me share with you, in fact, sometime back I took a course on object-oriented analysis and design. I took this course 3-4 times. And the book that I followed in that course, it says that software development is a complex task. The book was by Betty, and I just want to share a story which is obviously not a real story, but which says that why we need to actually worry about software security and why we need to do so much testing when we are developing the software, so that to ensure that bugs are not present, but still they are present. So the story says that a physician, a civil engineer, and a computer scientist, they were arguing that whose profession is the oldest profession. This story is probably available on the internet also, and many of you have maybe knowing about this story. So the physician, he said that God created Eve from a rib taken out of Adam, and this was a case of surgery. So my profession is the oldest profession. On hearing this, the civil engineer, he said that even before that, the book of Genesis it says that the God created the order of heaven and the earth out of chaos. And this is actually an application of civil engineering. And therefore, Mr. Doctor, my profession is older than yours. So my profession is the oldest profession. The computer scientist, she was there listening to them. She smiled and leaned back in her chair and she asked very calmly, but who do you think created the chaos? So as a computer, and this is not which I think they are responsible for these cyber attacks. Device misconfiguration is one of the reasons. So Many system administrators, they don't configure their servers properly. So the ports that they have to close, the services that they have to shut down, they don't do that, which becomes the cause of attack. The attackers, they become successful in performing the attack. Other than this lack of proper authentication and weak and compromised credentials, they are also the reason of cyber attacks. In fact, 2-3 years back, there was a data leak. I was reading the news about that, and I read that the news. So these type of things are needed. Information we share on social media. So you can see that why authentication is important and why we should worry about a strong authentication method. So we all know that these are the traditional goals of security. Confidentiality, which we normally provide by using encryption. Integrity, which is provided by adding message digest with the messages that we are sending to the other parties. Availability, for which we keep backups, we design methods for intrusion detection, for handling DDoS attacks, and then the fourth pillar is authenticity or the authentication. So we are going to talk about authentication today. So authentication is nothing but the verification of the claimed identity of a man, machine, or a message. It is not always the user, it is not always the server. It can be actually anything. So we can, when you are talking about authentication, it can be data origin authentication. I have received a message and I want to actually check that message is saying that Mr. X has sent this message, or it was originated from machine A. So actually this is true or not. So when you are designing the authentication protocol, we need to check data origin or the origin of the message. We also need to check about the data integrity. We also need to check about the freshness of the messages. Other than the message authentication, entity authentication is also needed. And when we are talking about entity, it can be host, it can be user, it can be a process. So it is not always a user or it is a server. It can even be that a Java applet has arrived on my machine and my machine wants to check that whether this Java applet is legitimate. It is claiming that okay, it has originated from this particular place, or who is the owner of this Java applet. So may want to authenticate all those things. And generally, whenever we are designing any authentication method, an authenticated key establishment is one of the goals of that authentication method. Why it is so that even if in general when we talk about encryption, I hope that all of you have studied that because you are working in the area of security. So symmetric encryption and asymmetric encryption. And symmetric encryption is much cheaper than asymmetric encryption. So even if we have shared a key, a secret key, both parties who want to communicate with each other, they have a shared secret key. Using long-term shared secret keys are not advisable always for encrypting the messages, so we need short-term secret keys. So we need to establish special keys that can be used for encryption and for other purposes, for authentication purposes, during that particular session. So authenticated key establishment is one of the objectives when we are designing an authentication protocol. So there is one thing that is, if you are logging in, say in your Gmail account, so the server wants to authenticate that whether if you are saying that okay, I am Mr. Manoj, or if your login ID is this, whether you are actually that particular person or not. And your machine also wants to authenticate that if I am accessing a particular server, that server is a legitimate server or not. So we generally talk about mutual authentication. So when a server is authenticating a user, we normally use password-based mechanisms, which is in fact the oldest form of authentication. But when say my browser or you are accessing a particular server or a site using your browser, so then for authentication, browser normally use public keys which are there into the certificates provided by the certification authority to that particular server. So it usually involves the server giving a certificate to the client. And authentication doesn't mean authorization. Authorization comes after authentication. So authentication only tells that okay, this is a legitimate person, this is a legitimate site. Once it has been authenticated that the person is legitimate, then comes the authorization that what that particular person can access and what that particular person cannot access. And as I mentioned earlier, so say if you are using the web browser and you are accessing a site, you are using HTTPS. So this is the protocol which is normally used, SBC. So in that case, we are using encryption. We are using encryption for encrypting our messages so that the information is not confidentiality to maintain the confidentiality. But encryption is also used for authentication, and that you see. So we talk about user or entity authentication, not about the message authentication. We'll also talk about the common type of attacks that we need to consider whenever we are designing an authentication protocol. And we'll talk about common lessons. So generally when you are designing any authentication protocol, you have to do informal lessons, you have to do formal lessons. So what are the methods which are available for doing the formal? And we'll briefly talk about the threat models which are used and the tools which are used for doing the formal lessons. So when you are doing authentication, you need authenticators. So in authentication, you have to prove that who you are, and for that we need authenticators. And they are generally divided into three categories. What you know, which is maybe your password, maybe a passphrase. What you have, which can be a smart card, it can be your ATM card, it can be a RFID tag, or who you are. And there we deal about with the biometric. Other than this, also sometimes your authentication, other techniques are also used. For example, your location may be used when you are executing an authentication method. Now, the third category, which is about biometric authentication, it depends upon some kind of biometric reading. And this biometric reading, it is generally the recording of your physical or behavioral activity. So it can be your finger prints, or it can be your way you are writing or way you are walking. It can be your face that can be used. So there are different physical and behavioral attributes that can be used when you are using biometric authentication. So in fact, we did a comparison also in one of our work of different kind of authenticators when they are used. And in fact, when we are talking about more than one factor during the authentication. And I will show you that what were the results that we found. So this is, as I said, that this is the oldest form of authentication where you are initially when you are registering, you are giving a password. That password is stored onto the server, and then when you are logging in, you are giving your password. And the password is stored on the server. But then the question comes that how this password is stored. Now I am not going into the details of what type of attack that can happen. I just want to mention one thing, that how a password should be stored. And as you can see that in this diagram, the password has been concatenated with a salt, and then a hash of that concatenated string has been stored. This is normally the way we store our passwords. So even today, you may find, and I like to share some of the incidents, like at one place when I created a login account, and obviously when you are creating a login any site, it gives you a facility that if you have formatted your password, then you can give a new password. So you just click on the forward password link, and maybe on your mail a link will come, and then when you are clicking on that particular link, then a page will open where you can enter the new password. Now on that particular site, when I was clicking on the forgot password link, I found that it sends my old password in plain text to me in my mail. So even if you are claiming that password has not been stored on the server in plain text, has been stored in the encrypted form, this is not the right way to store the password. Because ultimately when I am getting the password in my mail in the plain text form, that means someone knows it, at least the system knows that what is the key to decrypt it and send it in the plain text. So it should always be a one-way function. So from this concatenated string, I should be able to get this hash, but from the hash I should not be able to get this concatenated string. So even now I have seen, and I am talking about 2026, not 10 years back or 5 years back. So this should not happen, that when you are developing the software and you are thinking that okay, I am not storing the password into the encrypted form, in the plain text in some file. And in fact, I have also found that at some place a security audit was done of a computer center, and there they found that the passwords are stored into the plain text in the file of the persons. So these are the incidents that I know. So there are methods for security, methods that have been developed. The softwares which are there, they take care of security, but when you are doing these type of things, then obviously the hackers or the cyber criminals will not leave. If they get the chance, they will perform that. So password authentication, in password-based authentication, the claimant proves his identity by sending the password. So even if the password is going onto the link, in the encrypted form, the claimant is sending the password to the server. So methods where the claimant proves that he or she knows a secret, password is basically a secret, without actually sending it, they are based upon encryption. So like in this case, which is based upon symmetric encryption, both Alice and Bob, they know a secret, which is the secret key. So when Alice wants to communicate with the Bob, Bob has to authenticate that it is actually the Alice that wants to communicate with me. So Bob sends a random number, a nonce, and if the Alice sends that nonce encrypted by the key, which only Alice and Bob knows, Bob authenticates the Alice. So Bob knows that okay, it is Alice with whom I am communicating. So here Alice is not sending the key to the bomb, but rather encrypting this nonce using that particular key. So the two things are different. In one case we are sending the secret onto the net. In another case we are not sending the secret. But still the other party knows that because this secret is shared, this secret only Alice and Bob knows the interval. So similarly, asymmetric encryption can also be used for authentication. Without mentioning Corporal, the discussion on authentication is not complete. So I mentioned this also. So it's a third party where we need a trusted third party. So even when you are using those asymmetric encryption, when you are using public keys and you are saying that okay, I am getting the certificate from a certification authority, a third party is involved there. So Kerberos is the authentication service which was developed as a part of the project Athena in MIT. And it is for an open environment where you have workstations with the users, they are using their servers, and the workstations where they want to get information from the server or they want to get a service from the server. Then Kerberos tells that how the two parties they can mutually authenticate each other. So server can authenticate that the workstation or the user who is using that workstation is the legitimate user. And on the other side, user can also authenticate that it is a legitimate server. So it provides mutual authentication, relies on symmetric encryption, and uses authentication server and a ticket granting service. So actually the concept of trusted third party started with Freedom-Schreier protocol, which is the original third party key distribution protocol. And this actually initiated the field of cryptographic protocol design, which later on led to the Kerberos and many other modern protocols. So this is the protocol designed by Freedom-Schreier. I'll come to one of the paragraphs which is written in this paper later, but let us first see this protocol and see that what vulnerability it has. Now it's a protocol which we normally use for teaching, and we propose actually two versions of the protocol, one which uses symmetric encryption and another which uses asymmetric encryption. So we have a key distribution center, and all parties they share a secret key with the key distribution center, not with each other. So when A and B they want to communicate, so A first contacts key distribution center in order to get a shared secret key that A can use for communication with B. So A sends to KDC its own INT of B and a nonce. KDC sends a message which is encrypted with the key, which actually is A is the key which is shared between A and KDC. It is actually encrypting the message using the key A, which is the key which is shared between KDC and A. And in this message, it sends the session key KS that can be used for communication between A and B. INT of B, a nonce N1 which A has sent to A. And then it also sends some information which is encrypted using the key of B, which B has shared with KDC, the key KB, and A doesn't know this, so A cannot decrypt this part of the message. But from the first part of the message, A can find out that okay, this is the message that I have received from KBC. Because of the nonce, it knows that this is a fresh message. And then it sends that encrypted message that has been encrypted using the key of B to B. When B decrypts it, B finds the session key that should be used for communication between A and B. And using this session key encrypts a nonce N2 and sends it to A. Because A also knows this key KS. So A sends back this N2. Obviously, by applying some function. And now B has authenticated A. You can see that in the first part of this protocol, nonce have been used to ensure the freshness of the message. But the same has not been done in the second part of the protocol where the communication between A and B is taking place. And later it was reported or it was pointed out that because of this, this protocol is vulnerable to replay attacks. So one researcher, he actually pointed out that if this session key KS and old session key KS it gets leaked, then an attacker can pose, it can impersonate as A and can send this message, can replay this message and send it to B. So then when B sends to the attacker a nonce encrypted using KS, because KS is leaked, so the attacker will be able to establish a session with B. So in fact, this protocol itself proposed by Needham Schroeder is vulnerable to replay attacks. And some modifications were proposed later on that okay, improve timestamp, improve nonce in order to make it safe so that it is not vulnerable to replay attacks. But what is important that in the same paper where Needham and Schroeder they proposed these two protocols, one based on symmetric encryption, another based on asymmetric encryption, they also mentioned, they wrote that protocols are prone to extremely subtle errors that are unlikely to be detected in normal operation, and that is why we need techniques to verify the correctness of such protocols. So we need some formal techniques for verifying the correctness of these protocols. Unfortunately, very few formal techniques they exist as of date for verifying the correctness of the protocols, authentication protocols that we are proposing. And generally we are depending upon informal listings. So the tools which are available that we are using for formally verifying the authentication protocols that we are proposing or some other methods which are there for formally verifying the correctness of the protocol, they are not quite capable to check for all the vulnerabilities. And in fact, many simple attacks against the protocols, they have been discovered even after many years when the protocols they were in use. So very carefully designed, widely deployed protocols, often years after the protocols they have been deployed, some people or some researchers pointed out that this protocol is vulnerable to this particular attack. So for SSL is one example. So one of the popular implementation or most widely used implementation of SSL, that is OpenSSL 2, it was found that it is vulnerable to some attacks. SSH, an attack was found. WEP, which is used for security with MCO 2.11, which was proposed for security, later on it was dropped, and now we use WPA. I think the version 2 or 3 we are using these days. And the 5G ACA protocol, on which one of my PhD students worked. So, for all these protocols, later on it was found that they are vulnerable to attacks. Some patches they were introduced, and we are still using many of them. So WEP we are not using, but SSL, SSH, 5G ACA we are still using. And one of the main things that I like to mention is that attacks they do not involve breaking crypto. In many cases, I have seen in the papers that they prove that this particular authentication protocol is not vulnerable. An attack is not possible on this particular protocol by ultimately showing that the crypto that I am using for designing this protocol is strong enough and cannot be broken. But this is not the case. Generally, when authentication protocol is compromised, it is not because that we are going to break the crypto. It is either because that the crypto has been wrongly used in designing that particular protocol, or because of some of the other. So why the problem of designing these authentication protocol is so difficult? So one of the reasons is concurrency, because when you are talking about authentication, many people they are initiating the authentication procedure at the same time. So many concurrent initiations are generally there. Participants are distributed, and generally it is not because the crypto is weak, it is because the crypto has not been used correctly and the mobility of the participants. All threat models, they normally assume that active attackers, they are in full control of the communication network. And sometimes by designing these protocols, we make certain assumptions which are not correct. So for example, we assume that okay, at the time of registration, all the channels they are secure. So the channel between the server and the intermediate device and the intermediate device and the user device, they are secure. And if it is not the scenario, then the protocol it becomes vulnerable. So these are some common type of attacks. Eavesdropping, modification, replay, man in the middle attack, inspection, denial of service, which all of you may be known. So I think because of the limitation of the time, I will not go into the details of the inspection attack and denial of service attack, but rather I'll talk about these attacks, which we normally check when we are designing an authentication protocol. Perfect forward secrecy is one of the attacks. And because we have examined many authentication protocols proposed by different researchers, we found in many cases perfect forward secrecy is one. So perfect forward secrecy is nothing but that if the long-term secrets are leaked, then the attacker should not be able to get the whole session keys. So he may get the session key of the current session, he may get the future session key, but he or she should not be able to get the whole session, even if they have captured all the old messages. Session linkability is another attack, where we want that the attacker should not be able to link two sessions. That okay, these two sessions they are for the same user, because this can be used for tracking also. Ephemeral secret key leakage, desynchronization attack, insider attack, device capture attack, privacy or the anti-protection attack, quantum attack. when we are designing a new authentication protocol, we check that or we show that our protocol is not vulnerable to these attacks. And I'll show you one particular example just to show that how, like, it shows in a very simple way that how a decentralization attack can happen. So here the designer, he actually trying to protect the ID of the user. And that is why in every session he wants to use a different pseudo ID. So initially a pseudo ID is decided which both the user and the server will know. And then every session a new pseudo ID of the user is generated, which is used in the next session. And in the first message, the user sends his pseudo ID, which both the server and the user they know. And the server uses the pseudo ID to get the information regarding the user from his database. He creates a new pseudo ID of the user, changes the pseudo ID that has stored in his own database by this new pseudo ID that has been now generated in this session, and sends this new pseudo ID to the client or the user. The user gets this message M2 and changes the pseudo ID which it has by the new pseudo ID which the server has transmitted. So now what will happen in this case? Say suppose the message M2 is lost. You can see the server has already changed the pseudo ID by the new pseudo ID of the user that has been generated. Whereas because the user has not received this message M2, and maybe after some time the user aborts this session because he is waiting for the message and message is not going to arrive. For the server, the authentication procedure is complete when it sends the message M2. Now, both the user and server, they know two different pseudo IDs of the user. So if the user is again going to send the old pseudo ID, the server is not going to recognize the user, and the authentication will not be possible. And this type of decentralization attack, we have found that they exist in many protocols. We also examined in one of our work multi-factor authentication and about the adaptive authentication. So we examined these schemes which are OTP or bit-based schemes, QR or barcode-based schemes, push notification-based login schemes, graphical password-based schemes, biometric authentication, and hardware token-based schemes. And we found that most of the existing multi-factor authentication schemes, they are incompetent in handling the attacks such as real-time man-in-the-middle attack or CRM attack. We found that the graphical password-based schemes, they are also vulnerable if a malicious browser extension has been installed on the user's machine. So it can lock the scheme when the user enters his password or captcha on the website opened in the browser. And biometric authentication is robust in that sense, but is not user friendly. So environment and users, they can affect the measurements, needs additional hardware, and user friendly biometric schemes which are commercialized, such as fingerprints, facial recognition, they can be spoofed, it has already been shown. So in fact, my student who was working on this, he actually demonstrated in one of his videos, which is probably available on YouTube. So that the two-factor authentication that we use when you are logging in your Gmail account, where you are entering your password and an OTP comes, and then you are entering that particular one-time password, and Gmail allows you to log in. Depending upon the method chosen by you, it may be OTP, maybe a push notification in your Gmail account probably that you have opened on your mobile phone. So he demonstrated that this scheme can be actually compromised now you are using two different factors for authentication. So we also introduced separate hardware token based scheme, and we found that they provide better security, but they also have certain drawbacks. One is, in this case also you need to carry extra hardware, which is the hardware token itself. And the hardware token based scheme where they generate OTP and PIN which you need to enter onto the browser, they can again be compromised via malicious browser extension. And thirdly, if you are using security keys like YubiKey or RSA Secure ID, then they can be compromised using reverse software engineering. But we found that comparatively they are safer than other schemes. And we proposed a scheme which is based upon the Bluetooth address of mobile phone, the password and the Android app ID and the Chrome app ID. And we actually demonstrated that if you are using this scheme, we tested this scheme also with different kind of users. And we found that it is safe in comparison to other schemes where we are talking about attacks like phishing, real-time man-in-the-middle attacks or PRM/IPM or malicious browser extension attacks or app spoofing. So this was some earlier work which I did when I was working with my student on phishing, and we actually found that in order to avoid phishing, strong authentication scheme may be one of the alternatives. Then, sometime back I worked with another student on 5G ACA, which is one of the core protocols proposed by 3GPP for authentication and key agreement in 5G network. In fact, has been found that this 5G ACA it has vulnerability. So the subscriber sessions they can be linked, tracking is possible, user impersonation is possible. If the serving network itself is malicious, then it can get the real user ID, and then replay and desynchronization attacks are also possible in this scheme. So later on some modifications were done with 5G ACA, but if you are using an older version, you may found that the scheme is susceptible to these type of attacks. So a very simplified model when we are working with 5G ACA. So we found that many modifications they have been proposed in the literature on 5G ACA which try to deal with these type of attacks. But many of them, again, they have some other type of attacks or they are very heavyweight. So we actually designed a lightweight secure authentication protocol for 5G network. So this is a simplified model of 5G network where we have a user equipment which is connecting with the home network to a serving network. Home network and serving network they can be same also they can be. Home network is actually the network which registers the subscriber or the user, and it stores the information regarding the user for authentication and does the authentication of the user. Serving network refers to the network through which the GUI may be attached, the user equipment may be attached, and it may be different from home network. Generally, it is assumed when we are designing a protocol that the network between the serving network and the home network is secure, whereas the network between the user equipment and the serving network is not secure. So this is the original 5G ACA protocol, and I'll not go into the details of this 5G ACA, but you'll see the error handling scenarios of 5G ACA protocol that can be used by the attacker in order to perform certain attacks on 5G ACA. So initially the user sends SUCI. So SUCI is the subscriber's permanent identifier. So we are hiding this, the user is hiding this and sending it to the home network for authentication. And then the home network does some calculation and sends a message back in which it sends this AUTN, which contains concealed home networks synchronization number, sequence number, and the map which it has calculated. Sequence numbers are used by 5G ACA to avoid replay attacks. And the user equipment checks this map and this concealed sequence number. If both of the map and the sequence number, they both match, they are as per this. So map matches with the map that has received and sequence number is within the limit. So sequence number of the user equipment should be less than or equal to the sequence number of the home network. So if both of these conditions are satisfied, it goes ahead and completes the authentication procedure by sending this RDS, which is a challenge that has been calculated and has been sent by the home network. These are the two scenarios. In this case, the sequence number doesn't match it. So the user equipment sequence number is not less than or equal to the sequence number which the home network is sending. So in this case, it calculates MAC again, conceals its own sequence number, not the sequence number of the home network, but rather the sequence number of the user equipment, and sends this to the home network. Home network verifies MAC, and if the MAC is same, it sets its own sequence number equal to the sequence number of the user plus 1. This is the scenario where the MAC fails. Checking out the MAC, that the two MACs, they don't match. Now it has been shown that these two error scenarios, they can be used by the attacker for performing attacks. So these are some of the attacks. So I'll talk about this by exploiting the failure reasons, MAC or synchronization. It can lead to tracking of the targeted subscriber. So what attacker it does in this case, it captures one valid RAUTN message. So this RAUTN message, the server or the home network is sending to the user here. So it captures this message and then replace this message. So adversely, it replaces this each time he wants to check the presence of the user equipment. Now, if the user equipment is actually present in that region, so the user equipment will successfully verify MAC, but synchronization failure will be there. So it will send a message of synchronization failure. Whereas other equipments, other than the user equipment for which this MAC and the concealed sequence number was there, so the other equipments, they will say that MAC verification has failed. So if it finds that there is one equipment which is saying that the MAC has been successfully verified, but sequence number is not matching or the synchronization failure is there, it knows that the user is there in that. So by exploiting this scenario, which is fault handling errors, the tracking of the user can be done. So as I said that other than this, there are other attacks also possible on 5G ACA. This is, in one of the paper it was shown that how the attacker can actually find out that what sequence numbers are in use, but they are not going to it. They gave this complete algorithm which can be used for finding out sequence numbers. I'll quickly go to this formalities part. So, for any formal method, as I said that this is one area where we are lacking. So we need a precise language for description of protocols, a formal execution model, a threat model which defines the capabilities of the adversary, and a formal language for specifying the desired security properties. So the commonly used threat models are DY model, the CK model, and the ECK model. There are differences in the capabilities of the adversary in all these three cases. In this case, DY model, you can see that the attacker cannot crack the underlying cryptographic threat. Whereas CK model, it assumes that the adversary can compromise long-term secrets and session keys. And ECK model, it additionally assumes that adversary can also get ephemeral secrets. So we need a threat model, and then for formal analysis, I've seen in the papers that PAM logic, DNY logic, SPQ logic, they have been used. But even if you have verified your protocol using these logics, it does not ensure that your protocol is free from errors and free from vulnerability. Tools like Avispa, Cider, Proverib, Tamarin, these are used by the researchers for verifying their protocols. And they, up to some extent, indicate about some of the errors. So, in fact, these tools, they can tell about the presence of the errors, but the absence of errors, it is still a question mark that whether if you have used these protocol tools in order to verify your protocol, can you say that your protocol is not vulnerable? So, in many cases, I have seen that the researchers, they depend upon the informal analysis. So, in many papers, I have seen that they only do informal analysis and they say that, okay, formal analysis, no usage. In some papers, or in most of the papers, now they do formal analysis using these tools and ROR, and this is another type of analysis which the researchers, they do in order to show that their protocol is not vulnerable. So this was in short about what we are doing on what authentication is and what we are doing in authentication. Some of the things on which my students, they are working currently on authentication when for 5G networks like this, for 6G network security, how to secure authentication protocols from quantum attacks, how to use VI or blockchain for multi-factor authentication and zero-touch authentication. So that's all from my side. If you have any queries, you can ask. Yes, please.
Yeah. I have a question. So what is going to be the future of this multi-factor authentication?
See, as I told you that in future it will not be a single factor authentication. It will always be a multi-factor authentication. As far as I think, and moreover, multi-factor authentication will also be adapted. So, in general, now the people, they have started using AI, and AI actually decides depending upon the context that how many factors they should be used, or they should be asked from the user that okay, you provide these many authenticators for authentication. But it will be multi-factor authentication, adaptive authentication, use of AI, blockchain, all these things. Obviously, quantum safe authentication. These are the things which the researchers, they are going to work in future in this area.
there are no more questions, give a big hand to Mr. Rose.
Thank you, sir, for that insightful session. Now, it's a distinct privilege to introduce our next keynote speaker, Professor Lalit Kumar Awasthi, a visionary academician and leader currently steering excellence as the Vice Chancellor of Sardar Patel University, Mandi. An alumnus of both IIT Delhi and IIT Roorkee, he began his impactful journey in higher education as the founder faculty member who designed and built the Computer Science and Engineering Department at NIT Hamirpur. This foundational question for institutional building grew into more than a decade of executive leadership, where he served with distinction as the director of multiple premier national institutes, including NIT Jalandhar, NIT Hamirpur, and NIT Uttarakhand. Parallel to his administrative legacy, Professor Awasthi is a highly cited global researcher with over 250 papers and 17 intellectual property filings to his credit. He pioneered smart advancements in cybersecurity, mobile computing, IoT, and AI-based systems. We are deeply honored to have such a multifaceted leader with us today, and we invite him to the stage to share his invaluable insights. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon to all here. We'll have some discussion on IoT security, digital war, threats, impacts, and road to a safer digital world. So this is the outline. IoT security, introduction to IoT with the ecosystem, IoT in real life, why security in IoT matters, common IoT security weaknesses, major attack vectors, security impacts on IoT, cascading impacts, IoT security framework, zero trust architecture, role of AI/ML, global IoT security standards, future of IoT security, and key takeaways. This will be a big introduction to security objects. And internet threats are malicious acts or vulnerabilities that compromise the confidentiality, availability, and integrity of your digital life. A cyber attack is malicious and deliberate attempt by individuals or organizations to breach, disrupt, or destroy computer networks, systems, or digital devices. IoT security refers to the cyber security strategy and measures to protect connected devices and the networks they operate on from unauthorized access, cyber attacks, and data theft. So, connecting the physical world to the digital universe, this is IoT, a network of connected physical devices and smart objects. These devices use sensors, software, and internet connectivity to collect and receive data. IoT enables communication and automation with minimal human intervention. Think of IoT as giving everyday objects a voice like a fridge, car, factory machines. They can all now communicate. So, report and even make decisions. This is something which we aspire to make everything smart, as we have been discussing in the morning of. So if you want anything to be smart, you will be trying to put a sensor or equipment so that you can get real parameters or inputs from that. Three key pillars of IoT: devices and sensors. This is hardware that captures the real world; connectivity, the protocol that links the devices to the digital world; and data and intelligence, AI that turns raw data into smart action. So, there are thousands of IoT devices. How this data is going to be helpful to us in taking decisions. We look for this data and then discerning of data can be done with the help of AI. IoT ecosystem is a physical layer that has the things, that is the sensors, devices, machines that collect the data. As gateway, the local processing before sending to cloud or that can also reduce the latency of execution if you want to run some algorithm. Connectivity, the communication protocol that carry the data. Then cloud platform stores, manages and secure all device data. Analytics and intelligence. The AI ML turns this raw data into useful insights and applications and user applications like for smart homes, healthcare, retail, etc. As we have been discussing, get to and insights and info. The scale of IoT is staggering. To truly understand the magnitude of IoT goals, here some key statistics. The connected IoT devices 2025 is around 31 billion, and by 2030 we expect them to 39 billion. IoT devices forecast by International Data Corporation that the devices will be roughly 41.6 billion, and global IoT market size is at 862.79 billion. Healthcare IoT is a market of roughly 86.38 billion, and the security events across IoT is around 9.1 billion. See how much scope is there in this particular area. IoT in real life, it is already everywhere. Smart home market crosses 180 billion. Average smart home now contains 15-20 connected devices. Similarly, 92% of manufacturers bet on smart IoT as core competitive strategy. Organizations using IoT automation scored about 15% gain in production capacity and 20% more workforce productivity. The transport sector claims 26% of all global 5G IoT connections. Fleet tracking, digital telematics, and real-time navigation are actual parameters, the port sensors, and based on those sensors, we can have a precise decision which is taken and it can cut the cost. Why security? Because we have millions and millions of IoT devices. More connectivity means more vulnerability. Every device you connect to the internet is a door, and the most IoT doors don't even have a lock because they are not secure by design. Massive attack surface. Every new IoT device adds to a network is a new entry point for the attacker. By 2026, more than 21 million connected IoT devices will significantly reduce the number of potential targets of cyber attacks. Unlike traditional computers, most IoT devices have to build in firewall, cloud, antivirus, and no user monitoring, so making them silent, invisible, and why security in IoT matters? So weak security by design. Most of the IoT devices are built for low cost and convenience, and security is always the afterthought. Fortinet's 2025 report shows that 16.7% rise in automated cyber attacks targeting IoT devices with open ports, outdated firmware, and default credentials. Difficult to update and patch. Most of the IoT devices run for years without security updates, leaving known vulnerabilities wide open. Also, IoT malware attacks increased by 124% year over year. Over 8,20,000 IoT attacks occurred daily. And in 2025, botnet and malware activity rose by 46% compared to the previous year. So this is the statistics that is following areas. It's okay. Rise in active scanning by 16.7% and reaches starting from IoT devices approximately 28%. These are the different statistics from different sources. Common IoT security weaknesses. The first weakness is weak and default passwords. Many IoT devices continue to use factory set default passwords. Users often never change these credentials. Around 20% of IoT devices still use the default credentials. No encryption. Sensitive IoT data is often transmitted in plain text. Attackers can intercept radio feed, credentials, and commands. Approximately 98% of IoT traffic is unencrypted. Open ports, unnecessary open ports act like unlocked doors into network. Default credentials combined with open ports enable brute force attacks. Attackers commonly exploit these using automated scripts. Insecure interface. Poorly secure dashboard can expose entire IoT device. Many platforms still rely on outdated protocols such as MQTT and Modbus without encryption. Weak web interfaces increase the risk of of unauthorized access. And no security update. Many IoT devices rarely display proper security patches. Known vulnerabilities can remain exposed for years. And zero-day attacks increased significantly between 2022 and 2023 due to poor update practices. So, major attack vectors in IoT, how the attackers get the end and what they can do. So, first we can look into that it comes to man in the middle attack, intercept and alter the data. The attacker sits between device and the network, reads all traffic, and data theft and tampering is done. So there is an example in 2017 there is a casino fifth time breach. Similarly, the DDoS botnets, flood and crash the services, and thousands of hijacked IoT devices flood target traffic, and service outages downtime. There is a botnet 1.2 TBS attack. Firmware attack. In fact, the device software, how it works, malicious code injected into device firmware using update, and full device takeover. Black box 2.01 and TBS expected 2025 is a example. So real world IoT attack. Regarding camera breach. Hackers access the recurring cloud system using stolen login credentials. Around 150,000 surveillance cameras were exposed, and sensitive video feeds and internet internal credentials were viewed. Main cause was compromised cloud account credentials. This figure shows the new billing of 2021. Then free-from malware attack. Free-from malware, also known as crisis or Batman, as a highly sophisticated cyber weapon, was deployed in 2017. Free-from targeted industrial IoT safety system at Saudi petrochemical plant. The malware attacked critical industrial control and safety systems. A successful attack could have caused toxic gas leak or explosion. The attack was discovered after the malware accidentally shut off the plant. Then botnet, the infected IoT devices using default username and password launched a massive DDoS attack on causing outages across major websites. Over 600,000 IoT devices were affected, and attack traffic exceeded 1 Gbps. Users never changed the default onion credentials before the main column in this attack. Who is responsible for IoT? Security is a shared responsibility, and the manufacturers build security into devices from the design phase, not as afterthought. This should be data. Provide unique password and regular firmware security updates. Many manufacturers still prioritize low cost and fast product launch over the strong security measures. Enterprises and organizations maintaining an inventory of all connected IoT devices, segmenting IoT devices on separate networks from critical systems, then enforcing strong password policies and disabling the default credentials. This can help in IoT security. Users and consumers change default passwords and keep device firmware updated. Disable unnecessary remote access and use trusted manufacturers. Cyber criminals hack a casino network to a smart fish tank thermostat with weak default credentials, stealing roughly 10 GB of sensitive data. Government and regulator establish minimum IoT security standards and certification requirements and force regulatory compliance and legal responsibility for IoT security breach. New regulations such as EU Cyber Vigilance Act are increasing pressure for stronger IoT security compliance. Security impact on IoT devices. When IoT fails, essential services crash. So power grid compromised IoT sensor in a smart grid can disrupt the power distribution and cause large-scale regional blackouts. It happened in Ukraine when Russia targeted their power grid. Water system, hackers can remotely alter the chemical levels in water treatment plants, putting entire cities at risk. So Microsoft reported that 75% of industrial controllers contain severe unpatched vulnerabilities, and these are used in water transportation and energy, and they can cause any kind of they can invite any kind of cyber attack. The critical infrastructure is increasingly dependent on IoT and operational technology systems. The following statistics highlight the warning cyber security risks. The cyber attacks on industrial IoT is increased by 75%. Industrial controllers with unpatched vulnerabilities are approximately 75%. IoT devices connected to power infrastructure by 2030 to 75 billion. So the operational technology mentioned third is by 46%. Impact on personal privacy and data breaches. Your data is being collected and stolen. So the privacy problem is every IoT device collects personal data and most of it is transmitted without any encryption. The US recorded 3,332 data breaches in 2025. Data compromises increased by 79% over 5 years. What gets stolen from IoT devices? From home cameras to wearable personal data is stolen from IoT devices from locations where record. Attackers can expose IoT camera codes in the retail network, reach spread from camera to payment system, poor network segmentation between point of sale system and public Wi-Fi attack. So this is IoT devices are generating massive amount of personal data. The statistics is that this statistics we just gone through. And impact on healthcare and human safety. When devices fail, lives are at risk in particular health scenario. Healthcare IoT. So connected medical devices are now among the most targeted and consequences are measured in human life. Healthcare had the highest average breaches cost in 2025. The average cost of healthcare breach reached 10.9 million. Patient data breaches increased by 27%. Ransomware on medical IoT. In 2024, in US healthcare network suffered a ransom attack, and the recovery cost was approximately 10 million, including maintenance cost. So, this is a summary of the healthcare. Healthcare organizations took an average of 279 days to identify and contain breach. Cascading effect, the single compromised IoT device does not stay compromised. It becomes the gateway to everything else on the network. So attackers may execute remote code, disrupt operations, or cause physical damage. IoT attacks can threaten public safety and economy stability beyond that. One device is breached, attack can spread rapidly across connected devices. This cascading effect can impact entire network and critical infrastructure. A single compromised IoT device can disrupt entire supply chain. Compromised IoT sensor can send the false data leading to dangerous and incorrect decisions. Compromised IoT device can hold a cloud platform disrupting the services. So how this cascading works? The entry, one valuable IoT device, maybe camera, thermostat, is exploited. Then lateral movements, IoT devices are often poorly segmented from other enterprise systems. Once compromised, they are used as pivot points to access internal servers, databases, and critical business systems. Activation, gain higher level of privileges, moving from IoT device to IT network, operational technology, systems, and cloud platforms, and full implementation. Successful attacks on manufacturing side and water utilities lead to immediate and complete operational shutdown. So IIT security framework at device level use unique password, firmware, signing and disable unused ports and services. IoT devices have limited resources and long life cycle, making updates difficult. At network security, use the network segmentation, data packet inspection monitoring, and encrypted communication. Network visibility is often the only way to detect compromised IoT devices. At the third level, the cloud security. Micro-segmentation networks are divided into small isolated zones so that even if one IoT device is compromised, the attacker cannot easily spread across the entire network. Assume breaches. Systems are designed assuming compromise with built-in detection containment. So zero trust security. The organization provides a facility adopting this zero trust to reduce cyber risk. The statistics are organization planning zero trust adoption is up by 81%. Reach cost reduction by using zero trust is by 43%. Fewer breaches with mature zero trust less than 50%. Zero trust market projected by 2028 is something $67.3 billion. Large enterprises with mature zero trust has reduced by 10%. Role of AI/ML in IoT threat detection. First is anomaly detection. ML models are trained on normal behavior patterns of IoT devices like temperature sensors, smart cameras, and industrial controllers. The moment a device starts behaving unusually, the AI flags it instantaneously, even for entirely new, never before seen attack patterns. Behavioral analytics. AI builds a unique behavioral baseline for each IoT device. For example, an IC camera is expected to communicate with only its network video recorder and not any other device. If it suddenly starts sending data to unknown servers, AI detects and blocks it in real time. Automated incident response. AI automatically detects suspicious activity in IoT network and can contain. Compromised devices are isolated immediately and suspicious traffic is blocked in real time. Global IoT security standard. The rule book for world is finally writing the IoT security. We have the US Standard 1, NIST SP 800. Similarly, there is a Standard 2, ISO ICE 27001, and EU Standard 3, ATSI N 303. These are the various standards where unique device identifiers and authentication is defined, secure computation management is defined, and data protection is not stressed. These things are here. Similar things are there in these standards. Future of IoT security is next frontier. Quantum safe blockchain powered AI driven. The quantum safe encryption, current encryption like RSA and ECC will be broken by the quantum computer. So IoT devices must migrate to post-quantum cryptography before 2030 deadline. Blockchain for device trust. Every IoT device activities, including firmware updates, authentication processes, and data transfer are securely recorded on a tamper-proof blockchain layer, ensuring data integrity and unauthorized modification by malicious entities. AI-driven autonomous security. AI will not just detect threats, it will automatically isolate, respond, and recover from an attack in real time without waiting for human intervention. Secure by design mandate. Governments worldwide will legally require all IoT manufacturers to build security at the hardware level. No device will be allowed to produce in the market without passing the mandatory security certification. As intelligence, the security processing will move from the cloud directly onto the IoT device itself, enabling real-time threat detection at the device level without latency. Digital twin security testing. A virtual copy of every IoT device will be created. Security teams could test attack on the digital twin before the real device is ever deployed. Zero Trust becomes the global default. Zero Trust will no longer be an advanced strategy. It will become the baseline security requirement for every IoT deployment globally. 5G slicing for IoT security. The 5G network slicing will create dedicated, isolated virtual networks for critical IoT systems, keeping medical, industrial, and consumer IoT completely separated at the network level. Key takeaways. IoT is exploring 21.1 billion devices in 2025, will grow to 40 billion by 2030. Every device is a door to vulnerabilities. 98% of IoT traffic is unencrypted. Weak design is the root cause. Default password, no encryption, unpatched firmware enable most breaches. Security must be layered. All the 4 layers which secure device network, cloud, users must be secure. Zero Trust is the new standard. Never trust, always verify. 30% lower breach cost with Zero Trust. AI is the future of defense. 1.9 million safe per breach. Breach life cycle 80 days shortened with AI. These are some of the statistics which give the input that next AI and ML algorithm will be able to help. Thank you. Any queries?
Thank you, sir, for that insightful session. We now break for lunch. I request the faculty members and the participants to please proceed to snackers for the lunch, and I request you all to please assemble here again by 2 p.m. The virtual sessions will start by 2:15. Thank you.
by looking at how AI is playing, and also in the context of finance, some financial advisors are learning how AI is working, and they can learn from it. So again, we work with different companies through our setup, so we also try to help them adopt AI. This paper will discuss this, what's the best way of adopting AI, whether it's a commercial off the shelf or some AI that you build in-house. And the benefit of doing that is to have a system that is interpretable, and only then you can build explainability of that. Because you can ask the foundation model an explanation of how a specific output is being produced, but how do you know if that explanation is truly faithful or not? And that's why the next step is what utility robustness faithfulness. And finally, the best kind of situation is once again when you have the human in the loop. So you can ask your model to make a prediction. For example, if you like it, you can ask the system why, and if you realize that the model is using training data that you don't think is correct, then you can ask the model to reproduce the prediction by taking out this part of business. So you have this continuous interaction that can result in much better output than just letting the machine doing its own work by itself. So we also look at other problems like how to looking at ethics, for example, especially when it comes to using AI in business. And in general, for those of you who are just starting their journey with AI, my suggestion is once again to consider it as a tool as you do with a car. It's not so important to know exactly how it's working inside, but you need to be able to know how to drive it, choose the right one that is for you. And the fact that you have this tool doesn't mean that you have to use it all the time. Like if you have a car, you won't use it all the time. Sometimes you can also walk it. It's next to you where you have to go. The way you use it is more efficient or more, if you need to be faster or more accurate. It depends also on how you fine-tune it. And most importantly, as we mentioned, is the interpretability, understanding how and why your model come up with specific output is important. And based on that, then you can also customize your model. But maybe the most important suggestion is to keep curious about AI. It's not something that you just learn and you know forever, because it's evolving so fast that even as professors, we have to continuously keep learning, which is exciting on one hand, but also can be tiring on another hand. So yeah, that's pretty much what I want to talk about today. This is a very general talk about AI and what we are doing in the context. So here in the last few slides, I want to share a bit more about what we do in the context of affective compute. So these are the 7 main research umbrellas that we are working on at the moment. You can find more information at this link. So anybody who wants to work with us can work with one of these umbrellas. As I mentioned, explainability is very important, and also the evaluation of explainability. So the way that we evaluate this is in terms of utility, how useful the explanation is, robustness. If I keep asking, do I get the same explanation? And finally, faithfulness. I ask for an explanation. Is it truly how the system has generated that output or not? Another important line of research is personalization, which is very important in the context of sentiment analysis, because then it may happen the same sentence can be positive or negative depending on who's asking, depending on the personality, personal preferences, background, and so on. So it's very important to also look at these models with before you jump head on to sentiment analysis. We work mostly with text, but we also have a lot of papers on multimodal interaction. That's very interesting research topic because then you also have to decide how to fuse different modalities together, how to handle attention between different modalities and so on. We mostly work on English, but we also look at many other languages, mostly Chinese and Spanish, and some of these works are also interested to discover what are the cultural differences between different languages, how these are represented in shared representation of the same concepts in different languages. We explore different learning paradigms, including multitask learning, which relates to the concept of task composition that I was talking about earlier. We also work a lot on human-computer interaction, conversation analysis, how to model conversations between users, between different parties, and how the emotional situation of different users evolve through the conversation. Not least one recent very interesting line of research is predictive sentiment analysis. So the big bulk of effective computing is mostly about emotion recognition. So we go one step ahead. Once we have enough information about personalization, enough explainability, then we are also able to predict how different user groups will feel if A or B happens. So this can be very useful, for example, for things like financial forecasting or even political forecasting. So these are the research umbrellas. More practically, we also have some specific projects that we can work on with us. So maybe the umbrellas are more for PhD students. These projects are more for interns who work on using our explainable AI tools for business intelligence. We have a lot of papers on climate resilience, greenwashing detection, corporate sustainability. Being in education, we also use our tools to measure how students feel throughout their learning journey. We have our own AI scientists that can come up with new ideas, and we tested this in different domains, social science to chemistry. We use our tools a lot in healthcare, especially mental health. In land safety, we have a lot of works on toxicity detection, sexism detection, and so on. And finally, something that we're also very excited about is explainable AI for finance, both technical analysis and text analysis for portfolio management. Last but not least, we're also merging all these things together and we're building our own foundation models for human behavior, for effective computing. This is called the Human Behavior Atlas. You can find the paper at this link and you can also download the code on our GitHub. The last thing I want to share with you is about cognitive modeling. So on top of using all these tools that are mostly for explicit analysis, we also use other tools like metaphor detection for implicit analysis. This is similar to the word association test that you see in many movies and also many psychologists are using. I give you a word and you tell me the first thing that comes to mind. That's very useful to build sort of concept mapping of what are the beliefs of users. So doing this in practice will take too much time, it will be too expensive, but if we use methods, we can still build this kind of concept mapping because we can see what kind of associations, when I talk about any concept, the kind of words I use, that can be very useful to create these models, these concept mappings that make me understand how people feel about things in general, not just based on the things that they explicitly say, as to how they think implicitly or unconsciously. So that's all from me. Here are the last few slides, which once again you should have downloaded. You have some outlets for submission. There is this IEEE Department of Artificial Intelligence Systems on Effective Computing and Scientific Analysis. The special section on model computation. We have a book series, and if you're interested in writing a book, then we're going to be in China for the 16th edition of our workshop on scientific analysis. And if you want to know about us, like what we are up to, we always post some videos on our YouTube channel. And we have also a lot of downloads in different languages of different resources. Our GitHub also a lot of resources that you can download for free. We are building this open source large language model for Southeast Asian languages. This is the tool for metaphor detection that I just mentioned. And finally, you can also subscribe for free to our APIs that allow you to process text in a different perspective. You can automatically get polarity, motion, personality, and many other things. We also have a user interface to visualize all these functionalities in a more appealing and visual way, so you can also use that. So that's all from me. These are the two links. This is my email address. Happy to take questions now, or if you have questions later, you can feel free to contact me. Thank you for your attention. Any questions? So once again, you have the slide at this link here. Synthetic.net/2026 ICSCCC.pdf.
Yeah. How do you think that AI can help us explore our systems?
I didn't hear you well. There was a bit of echo. Can you repeat?
Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
So, in this era of AI, there are different kind of threats. So, how do you think, AI is going to help to safeguard our systems?
Yeah, so this is a topic that is very hot now in the European Union. The fact that we should some people even say that we should stop developing AI. Even our Pope said that we should stop working on AI. Some others say that we should build with guardrails, or at least make sure that we have control of how some outputs are generated. But then the truth is that not every country may be on board. So we may have maybe North Korea or China is still developing their AI without any guardrails or without any interpretability or explainability. But then ultimately, even if others are not looking at this, I still think that it's very important when you build your own models to have that kind of interpretability embedded in your system, so that if your system starts behaving in a way that you didn't expect, you can always take a step back and understand why and how and when the system is making these mistakes and fix it. While if you don't have any of these checks, you can only just retrain your we can cause of this emotion so that we can understand how and why the system is making a specific solution.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes. Any more questions? So, if there are no questions, thank you, Professor Eric, for joining us and giving very informative keynote address in our this fourth international conference, Secure Cyber Computing and Communications, technically sponsored by ICSCCC. So we are really thankful to you for accepting our request and being with us for some time.
Thank you, and once again, if anybody has questions later, you can send me an email, or if you also ask me about opportunities for joining us, you can always send me an email and I will give you all the information to apply.
Thank you, sir. We will collaborate in the future also. Thank you. It's so nice of you. Thanks. Thank you all. Bye.
It's a privilege to introduce our next keynote speaker, Professor Sanjeev Sopat, joining us virtually today from the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Punjab Engineering College, Chandigarh. A veteran academician and administrator who has also served as the Deputy Director of PEC, has profound research contributions that focus heavily on information security, computer vision, image processing, and social media analytics. With a prolific academic footprint boasting impressive number of citations and an extensive legacy of driving IT policy and e-governance initiatives, he is widely respected for bridging complex data frameworks with secure real-world tech architectures. We are truly privileged to have his expertise enrich our event today, and we now warmly invite Professor Sopat to take the digital podium. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, and for the question. Thanks for inviting me for this session. Maybe start. You see, I'm from cyber security. That's what we here from. So I'll talk to you some aspect of cyber security because I could think the theme of this conference is more towards security. That's why I thought I'll talk to you about the security. So this is a brief outline. We are not going detail of all of this. You might be having this sort of a thing because in India, we get this sort of threats these days. Maybe in Chandigarh it's very common. I hope I'm audible and my screen is clear, visible. Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. This sort of threats we keep on getting in our daily life. Just like you get this information, you have to launch on the online board, so camera launch you. And do some your information, and if you wanted to see your things, there is some link which is given to you. This is not an app, this is APK. So this is all we see is a threat for you. If you moment you click on this, you may end up cyber crime there or a security threat which is there for you. And because this is another example which is when there is some information, particularly if somebody says you have been got a refund of this particular amount, you will very quickly clicking it. But again, this proved to be a debt only, and this was there were a lot of people who became victim of this particular debt also. Whereby it came from an income tax thing, you have been there is a refund of this particular amount, you please click on this particular link here. So these are some of the threats behavior started with them. So this is what we see are threats because they are in our daily life these days. Some of the other threats are there. So this is what we see. As far as the security is concerned, it is from the external environment. So what we have to protect is, we have to protect your resources from the unauthorized access. If somebody may try to access your thing, or there will be some malicious modification or a destruction which can happen, or there may be some accidental reduction of inconsistencies will be there, or in case you are legitimate user of a service, that services were denied to you. So what we have to do is, we have to protect ourselves from this sort of malicious misuse over there. Can you imagine? There are a lot of research which is happening in this particular area there these days. What are the violations which are there in this particular case? Somebody is unauthorized reading the data, writing the data, or destructing the data over there, or there is preventing you from using the service. So this is what we say the security attack, or all this attack happen that happens through your communication. Now, if I look at it is a normal person have to communicate, there is a sender and a receiver. There is somebody who is trying to attack you in your communication. Because the whole of this particular paradigm of security revolves around the communication here. If somebody may masquerade this particular thing, and the attacker start communicating with the receiver. Instead of the sender, he start to communicate with the receiver. There is an attack which is there, or there is a middle attack which is very famous these days. There is a lot of work which is happening on this particular attack these days. And there is a sender and a receiver, they have to communicate, but there is somebody who is able to capture the communication and send you fabricated communication. So this is what we say. When I say I have to protect my system, my security measures there at the phone level there. It is what we think about your physical security. You have to protect your system. Obviously, the moment somebody takes away your laptop there, it's not a cyber threat or something like that. Somebody has physically taken things which belongs to you only, or is it human only? If somebody is able to access your system or your network or your operating system, which is become the security breach for it. Obviously, this sort of breach happens. This is what the challenge which is there. How much I should invest in my security? There can't be an absolute protection system for the malicious actors. Because I can't say I will build up around my house. I can't build up these sort of walls which will protect me from all the time. That means I can't escape from the malicious abuse. It's not possible. So what is the basic goal of a secure base? It means I make the cost of the perpetrator high enough to get a depth of another itself. That is, what I do is the cost which he has to pay for accessing your thing becomes so high that he doesn't dare to pay. And what we say is you have to think of all that you will screen the user, or we simply have the secure combination. These are two things which we require. One, who is able to enter into my system, how quickly I can secure my communication in that particular part. So how simply this happens? That happens with the help of this malware. It's a malware to which all sorts of security attacks are being done over there. What we mean by malicious software is some code which is intentionally designed to infiltrate, damage, or you damage your computer system, your network, or data. That is will probably user consent. User doesn't give any consent in what he never gets to know till the time he uses something over there. That's what happens in this particular case there. So what malware includes is some unlawful access to a system, data have maybe your financial data, intellectual property, lost in this case, or the system itself gets disrupted. Somebody makes this a part of your system, and you may be the one who will end up losing your thing. Yeah? Or somebody wants to make some financial gain. Maybe it's through fraud, it's through ransomware, or crypto debt. Now, maybe some fraud can be happen, maybe some financial fraud can be there. Somebody may withdraw money from their account, or ransomware. He puts your system on the ransom because this is what happened in some of the places here. Somebody encrypted the data for some of the labs here, and in lieu of that, they were asking for a lot of money here. So, maybe this sort of attacks, malware attacks, you have to come in a high volume there. Because what we have always earlier, we were not having this sort of big network there. Now, presently, we got a cloud computing. We got IoT, we got mobile devices, malware there. Now, if you look at my IoT, my mobile device, my security, we can put for IoT of a low quantity there, quality there. Because why? Because I'm going to scale up the resources there. They just do mobile devices there. That's why they have become more adaptive, sophisticated, and targeted. So maybe earlier somebody would be attacking me on my server, not be attacking to my cloud, my IoT network, or my mobile cloud. So these are some of the types of malware there. There is a lot of work is being happening as far as malwares are concerned. So there are different types of viruses, bombs, Trojan horse, then there is spyware, adware, rootkits. These are some of the types of malware. It's very on the exhaustive list. But idea is how I can spread there. Maybe somebody can spread it to your individual files, or something can be self-replicating there and spread across the network of your source. Or they extract the vulnerability over there, or it will be legitimate software. Maybe you got a link, it will be legitimate, but later on you got to know this is malicious code which is there. Or the encrypted files, or monitor your activity. This is what is happening these days. The malware is being used as spyware there. They monitor your activity and try to steal the sensitive information which is stored over there. And then they adhere there. What they try to do, they try to display some inclusive ads and maybe track user behavior there. When they give you inclusive ads and you get to know you're the one who are looking for a mobile which is of a full lakh rupees, that means you get to know you are a rich person. Or there is a rootkits there, they take care of the privileges which have been given as per the system that are concerned. And how, because one is a malware, this is a malware. But how quickly the malware will propagate? This is another aspect which is there as far as security is concerned. Maybe you were phishing emails. There may be some malicious attachment which is linked to your legitimate communication. So these days, that's what we say. We don't open unknown email there. Or this attachment which you don't know, not open it. This creates problem for you. Or drive-by download which we say. You are in fact in case you keep on visiting some of the compromised websites there. Or your removal media. This was your usage, we try not to use media there, but your USB drive, that acts as one of the mechanisms to infected file gets into the system there. Maybe that's why you never keep this sort of drive there. Maybe you just disable this and they try to Google Drive and other things there. They can protect themselves. Then there are network exploits Now, whether I have put up that patch for your operating system or not, that is not the most valuable part. All these days, they try to catch you through the net also, but still, that is suppressed. Or your social engineering. Can you imagine most of the attacks which are happening these days, they are through the social engineering there. They manipulate user executing malicious programs or file sharing or pirated software. So these days there are quite a lot of pirated software which are there and they become the highest source for the malware disruption there. Or there may be some apps here in the guise of an app you may get a malware there. Or there are multi-vector attacks. So it's not that only one technique we apply to attack it. I mean, like number of a technique that becomes a vector for attacking you in this particular scenario. So what does the impact this sort of malware? What does the impact? Maybe it has got a technical aspect, it has a financial impact, it's operational impact, security also impacted there, and the national or societal impact of there in this particular attack. Maybe your data gets corrupted, the system crashes, what will it lead to some reduced performance in this particular scenario? Or there are botnets emerges there. Or it can give you financial losses. When somebody withdraws money from your account, that's a financial loss for you. Or somebody is able to have a transaction upon your credit card or debit card, that is a loss for you only. Or somebody may ask for a ransomware by putting you in some sort of bad position. This is not the way you lose money. And it's all they recover the cost of making this sort of a malware. Or the moment, let's say, somebody attacks to the ransomware, what will happen in this case? Your business continuity will be affected there. Maybe the banks, they promise a 24/7 continuity of the services, but the moment there's an attack, then obviously the effect is business continuity, and it has got its own effect as far as the business is concerned. And maybe there will be a lot of confidential data which are there, and you will use your confidential data to do some sort of a malware attack there. Or your IP share. Let's say you make a product, let's say as a researcher, in case I'm doing a research there, somebody takes away my data from there. As an intellectual property, I'll be removing in this particular case. Maybe it has got a national impact because these days most of the power grids or your healthcare system, they're dependent upon the storage there or the network there or some sort of power grid option which are there on this particular system. The moment they get impacted, obviously the whole of the system will go haywire. Then it leads to some sort of a side accidents there, which are there. And there are certain examples to the last scale ransomware where the global services have impacted in this particular scenario. So we have to protect ourselves in the whole of this. We discuss about malware, we discuss about what we propagate, how this we can prevent, detect, and mitigate from that particular thing here. Maybe you install your antivirus, anti-malware software there on the system because everyone keeps on saying this. But there are valuable systems which are available to which you can attack over there. Apply patches or use this idea system there so that you can detect somebody is trying to attack you in this particular scenario. Or you go for the user awareness. What you have to do is train against phishing, social engineering attacks and other things. Obviously, I can protect myself from the phishing, from social engineering because these days there are a lot of social engineering attacks that are happening there. I'm not asking you to password. You know, there is some study which has been there. You're going to set up your password. Usually, your password is your social aspect there. Maybe your date of birth, your day, your age, your spouse name, your kid's name, might have happened in this particular scenario. How to think, but obviously I can't keep a password of the type ASUN-1-2 Why? Because I need to become very difficult to remember this sort of password there. Then you have to think about your access control. Because these days there is a lot of search which is happening as well as multi-factor authentication techniques are concerned. Again, I think about hypothetically I have to protect myself in this particular scenario there. And this is a set of procedure which is there, which is principle of least privileges. If the privileges, if you really require it, or if you are capable of having it, so this is one of the principles which you have to explore about it. I can think of at least privileges as well as systematic stuff. Then your data protection, because there is a lot of work which is happening as far as the data protection part is concerned. How did I have to protect my data? Can I think about regular data or secure storage as far as the system is concerned, or to mitigate this sort of test, can I put my data in some other tools here? So that failover servers are available to me. There is a lot of work which is happening as far as this particular part is concerned. Then we have to think about our business with the emergence of AI. These threats have become very high. Because in case my AI-based system, recently there was a news, the AI-based system are able to detect if there is any what sort of loophole, what sort of things are there as far as software equivalents are there. In case I can use that to find out vendor related to my software, why can't the hacker find out the same thing for your software there? So that's good. That has become much, much higher. The moment I say it's a AI-based test which is there, so it is another aspect which is there. Your network monitoring, anomaly detection, all these are becoming AI-based on. So not with the emergence of AI and machine learning, this sort of test has become very high. And we have to think about our software to make I can detect this particular part. We usually say, in case I do my encryption, I can protect my system. But these days, whatever are the encryption techniques which are there, they are being become vulnerable to AI-based techniques only. Then, obviously, you have to work in case of incident happens. That is all technical response. Maybe you quickly isolate. That is a lot of work which is happening in this particular area also. How they need to respond once some attack is there. Maybe you quickly isolate yourself, recover, or you do some sort of forensic analysis. So this is what we say, you have to how they have to protect, detect, and mitigation or strategy which we have to try to figure out. This is what my last slide is. What we have to think about, I can't put, say, I'll not take any services, I'll not take it of any data. Now, how simply this sort of disclosure trial should work? Because we want integrity, we want confidentiality, but along with that, we want availability also. Now, somebody says, in case I would like to make my whole house secure, I know people can enter into my house illegally from a door. Let me not keep a door there in my house. My confidential integrity will be maintained in this case, but it is available to you. So this is a big challenge which is there for the security. How quickly I can make sure that the things which I'm trying to have are available to me. Because I can secure myself to a great extent. I can build up all sorts of confidentiality and encryption into my data. But is it really available? The moment in case I encrypt whole of my data, my confidential integrity will increase. But the moment I would like to have that data, first of all, whole of this data I have to decrypt. Do I have got the resources, do I got the facilities available to me, so that it this is what we see. There is a lot of work is happening. We have to balance out these things. I shouldn't be dependent or doing a lot of confidentiality work on it. I have to make my data confidential and keep on working on this confidential. If this process is not available, I work on the integrity over there on my data, on my services. I make it a foolproof there, but the availability gets affected. So all these other ones, it's a there to which we can think about how they can protect myself. So this is what I thought I'd ask you. Maybe I'm open for a question because there are a lot of things which we can discuss, but obviously since time is limited, so we'd like to have a questions over there in case you've got some questions. Yes, if some questions are there, I'll be happy to answer.
Sir, it seems there are no questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sparing valuable time from our busy schedule and delivering this keynote address and agreeing to our request every time you find time for us. It's so nice of you. Hope to further collaborate on the presentation. Thank you very much.
I create to be with all of you. Still, in case there's some question there, you can email me. I will certainly be able to answer. Thank you very much. I'll go on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Participants, sessions will start in the next 5-10 minutes. You can join your respective links and those who are offline. So the sessions will be room number 201 and 303. So please join.
Yeah, but it's nice work. But for slowly have carried out, I just have a couple of doubts.
He converted to go back to the interpretation. So we created our own method and then we use student-based baseline method to report the
Second thing is regarding resolution. So is there any limitation to the resolution of the image which you are using at the input to get a specific high resolution output image?
Yes, I had compute limitation, so I used student-based and also I used the lower parameters, higher parameters.
So what's the resolution, minimum resolution required for the image?
That should be comparable to ground to image.
specific figures as such?
I have only done qualitative analysis. For qualitative analysis, we can use DSNR, SSIM, so we can do similarity comparison between the ground truth image and the superimposition image.
Because you need to sometimes you need to do quantitative analysis as well. Because if you go for any particular application, the application will demand probably that I need an image which should have minimum this many DPI resolution.
I have only done qualitative analysis, so
Maybe in future you can think of that. The other is regarding application. So is it for some specific application that you worked?
Application, I have not worked on an application with the project, but it
But
can
do
be
you think it can be used for any specific application?
yes, like for government agency security, so like government, even for disaster management, this is an example. So like during disaster management, there are some images of that bodies like insensitive, which are very like uncomfortable for humans to see. So that can be masked rather than shown. Right now they don't do it. So this is one application. Then there can be other application.
And one feedback regarding the presentation and your slide did not contain any comparison with the existing models or existing frameworks. So always when you try to present your work, you should show that how it is better than the existing, at least in the last 4-5 years, whatever work has been done in this area.
There is no existing technique for this privacy because super resolution. That's why I could not find any baseline.
I don't think so that's possible. There must be a lot of work which has already been done. So it must have been done globally. It is not possible that globally no work has been done. So even 4 or 5 comparisons would have authenticated your work and proved the relevance of it. That is just that.
So next paper is 1154. Future and the knowledge of Anya. कितना लगता है?
how supported by this.
Windows,
Because of I can take next presenter, please prepare on the next 841. I have here 841. Opposed to 114.
Using optimized ID random forest. So, let me quickly give you a roadmap of my presentation. I'll start with the introduction, explaining why IoT security is a big and urgent problem. Then I'll briefly cover what existing research has done and where the gaps are. After that, I will explain our proposed solution and the ID random forest technique and its two core techniques. Then I'll walk you through our experiment, show you the results, both in accuracy and in terms of how much memory and storage we have used. And I'll close with a conclusion and future direction. So, since we are living in the age of IoT growth, by 2030, experts predict that there will be 29 million connected devices, from hospital monitors and smartphone sensors to industrial controllers. So, but this growth rate comes with a serious security risk. Every connected device is a potential entry point for attackers, and unfortunately, the nature of IoT devices makes them extremely difficult to protect. So, here's the core problem. IoT devices are tiny, and most of them have only 128 to 200 kb of RAM. They run on battery power, so they have a limited storage. So people have tried using deep learning models, CNN and LSTMs, and yes, they are very accurate, but they are also anomalous. Typical deep learning IDS model can be greater than 240 megabytes. So the research question we are trying to answer is this: can we build a system that is both accurate and lightweight? So these are some research papers which I have read. In this there are some review papers which are basically surveys of ML and deep learning approaches, and some propose the lightweight CNN called Unit IDS, and which is compact and fast, but CNN still carry computational overhead. And these are some papers which I have done literature survey, and they have used data sets which are IoT data sets. So the problem statement is, since existing solutions fall into two categories, they are either very accurate but far too heavy to run on IoT hardware, or they are lightweight but sacrifice too much detection accuracy to be practically useful. So on the left, as you can see, what is wrong with the traditional IDS is standard ML models are too slow or too large, and deep learning models can use high storage. So basic random forest is accurate but not memory optimized. And so we need on the right hand you can see that IoT devices actually need a model which is under 32 MB to fit in external flash memory. So this is the workflow
of my proposed solution, that is lightweight intrusion detection system for IoT devices using optimized ID random forest. So here in the visual, as you can see, it starts with a 10 IoT dataset, which is modern realistic IoT network traffic dataset with over 1211,000 network flows, which have 44 features covering different types plus normal traffic. The data goes through pre-processing where we remove IP identifiers and apply label encoding and normalization using min-max scaling. But then we split it into 70% training, 50% validation, and 50% testing. Next, there are two approaches. First is stratified subspace sampling, where we are computing Gini importance for every features and weight them intelligently during pre-computation. Then we have a standard random forest, since we are using random forest as a baseline model. So the random forest will come like there are 100 T's in our model. So using a weighted featuring sampling. After training phase in phase 2, ASW pruning kicks in and we evaluate each tree's contribution to the ensemble, and systematically we will remove the weakest ones. So the result is optimized IDRF with which has exactly which decrease the 100 trees to 62 trees, and it is which will use smaller in memory. Then the two techniques which are the first one we have first we'll calculate the Gini importance for every feature, and this will tell us how each feature reduces impurity when used for splitting. Then we have set a threshold theta, which equals to the mean Gini importance plus half a standard deviation, and the features above the threshold will go into as strong features and features below it will go into the weak features. And when building each tree, instead of sampling features, we are using weighted probabilities. Strong features get a 70% probability of being chosen, and the weak features will get a probability of 30% being chosen. This way, each tree still have some diversity. We are not using the top features blindly, and the focus is on the features that matter most on the attack detection. Then for the phase 2, we have a crazy sliding window. Now after training, many of our 100 T's contribute very little to the final prediction. They are basically free riders. So ASW pruning is designed to identify and remove them. We score each tree using a contribution matrix that combines how often the tree predicts correctly and how confident those predictors are. So a tree that barely makes a difference gets a low score, and we then sort all trees from lowest to highest contribution and start removing them one by one from the bottom. And we have used a sliding window of size of 3, meaning we look at the last 3 accuracy measurements. If we show the consistent drop of more than 0.1%, then we stop pruning. So in the result, it went from 100 trees to 62 trees with a 38% reduction, which is a 38% reduction, and there is no meaningful loss in the accuracy. So the data set which I have used is a 10 IP data set. It approximately contains 12,1100 network flows and with 44 features, and it has 11 class, 1 for normal traffic and 10 attack types including DOS, ransomware, etc. So the pre-processing is straightforward. We removed the IP column because it would cause a data leakage, and then we have done min-max scaling. As the result in the top table, as you can see, that decision tree gives a 97.14 accuracy, which is decent but the lowest in the group. Then SPF gets 96.83. The MLP does better, 98.21. The classical forest with 100 T's gives 98.84. And our optimized random forest with just 62 trees will give it gives 98.82% accuracy, which is essentially the same accuracy as the full 100 tree model, only with a 0.04% drop. Then the at the bottom table, we can see the relation study. So this one is important. When we use only stratified subspace sampling, we have kept all 100 trees, and it will maintain accuracy, but there is no size reduction. And when we use only AWS, we reduce 64 trees, but accuracy drops. So we have combined both, which is a full proportion, and we get 62 trees with 26.76 MB and 98.82 accuracy. So neither technique alone achieves what the contribution does. It validates that both components are essential. And these are the key results. Our system achieved 98.82% accuracy with 99% precision and recall, matching the full classical random forest. And we do this with 38 fewer trees. And looking at the per class F1 score, our system is near perfect for high volume, high impact attacks. Ransomware is detected at 99.97, DDoS at 99.46, and so on. And now I want to transfer. MITM detection is at 76.84 and access is 79.2. There are three reasons why it happened, because these classes have only about 200 samples in the data set. So extreme class imbalance, it makes them it's made learning difficult. Second, MITM and access attacks produce traffic that looks similar to the normal encrypted traffic, so even humans find it hard to classify. So later this I have left for the future work, where we can use the constitutive learning for MITM and access attacks. Then starting with the flash storage, the classical RF needs 52.70 megabytes, and our IDRF needs only 26.76 megabytes, which is 49.2% reductions. And in the peak RAM, we can see that classical RF requires 3.60 megabytes, and our IDRF needs only 0.58 megabytes. And inference time, we go from 2.14 milliseconds to 1.33 milliseconds. So we propose the ID random forest and optimized machine learning system, which is specifically designed for intrusion detection on resource-constrained IoT devices by combining stratified subspace sampling for smarter feature illusion and accuracy sliding window pruning for ensemble compression. We achieved something that no prior work has demonstrated together. 98.82 accuracy with only 62 trees, keeping the same 99% precision and 99% of recall, and 49.2% reduction in flash storage from 52 to 26.76 MB, and there is a 83.9% reduction in the peak RAM. Then for the future work, I have, like I said earlier, we can use cost-sensitive learning to fix the MITM and access detection attack weakness. And second, we can cross dataset validation. We want to test IDRF on different dataset also. That is, we can use CCI IoT 2023 dataset or any other IoT dataset. And they have not deployed it yet, so we want to flash the model on a real hardware device, IoT device. And fourth, we can do a federated learning extension, and there is also temporal feature integration, which we can do in the future. And here are the 90 preferences that builds the upon, and these are the sub preferences which I have used.
John, small quick question. You have mentioned some references which you have used, in which you have shown the comparison of previous work. So can you just tell which journals are they from? Because journals name was not mentioned in that paper.
These are some papers on conference
papers. When you have done literature survey, you shown one slide of literature review. So in that slide, I have not seen the name of the journal. So as such, we just tell. So journal name is not mentioned, which ideally should have been. Because otherwise, how will one know which slide it or 2024? So can you take journal of any of these and sit with papers?
No, I don't remember that name.
You are here for the presentation, right? This is your own work.
Yes.
So I'm just asking, not all, just two, any two journals which you have referred for this literature survey, because literature survey is the most important part of doing the research.
There is one which I have mentioned in the third one, that is random forest, advanced random forest for real-time data detection. My work is basically based on this paper and it has
I'm asking name of the journal only, that's it. So are you undergrad student? Postgrad student. So any two journals not you can.
You don't want mapping that this
I am asking any two journals which you have referred for doing this literature survey. Yes, I am not asking exact mapping of this paper from this journal. So I need 2-3 journals which you have referred.
Then one Scopus.
Is Scopus journal?
No, like
Is Scopus name of the journal?
no.
So I'm asking name of the journal. Have you referred any journal for doing research work?
Yes, sir.
Which journal did you refer? Let's forget about this thing. Or have you used any AI tool to generate this table?
This one is.
Yes. So you would have told this in the first row itself, because it is very much clear.
But I have read this paper and then I have to.
It's not possible. If you read a paper, the journal name is something you should read the first. And you are not supposed to take it as it is from ChatGPT and show it in your presentation. At least not allowed in IEEE conferences. Maybe in any local level, city level conference it might be acceptable, but not in IEEE conferences. So I am making a note of it, and rest I leave it to the organizers to decide whether to send it further to explore more.
You mentioned the real-time data. It's not only real-time, right? We detect attacks and all in real time, right? In the methodology section, you mentioned the static algorithms, min-max, normalization control.
So one more data processing steps.
So the data processing requires min-max normalization, which work on the static data. So how it will work on the real-time data?
So then we will deploy it, then we will deploy the final model.
And what about the data set? You have to normalize that data set again, and the stream of data will come. You have to normalize that data set. So have you taken some measures to normalize that particular chunk of data set using adaptive normalization or anything?
No, that's possible out there.
In this one, I have used in the pre-processing, we are doing feature selection and masking, and then we are calculating the gain importance.
Final model is state, right?
Yes, sir.
Now what about the data which is coming in the state?
So let us ask for the initial steps.
When the new data, we are taking the new
Data
data.
is arriving. And it requires total data according to your algorithm. Or they are static algorithm. They require total data set. Then only you are going to calculate the mean and the standard deviation.
Alright.
But you are talking about the real time. How your model will work?
We have showcased the results also. The peak RAM capacity increased by this much.
That is
Also, we have
what-
showcased those results. Because that is not possible.
But this is for this data set, only when we are taking it
But
in
then
the
that is not real time. Then you should not claim that your results are in real time. That is invalidated claim. So, what do you have the discrepancies?
Now there are discrepancies which maybe you can check with the full paper, because full paper is not. I just make the notes. You can check this paper. Later on if something comes up now that the entire proceedings is under question.
Right. Okay, Papa, thank you.
Thanks.
Please restrict your presentation to 8 minutes. So, very good afternoon to everyone. Distinguished respected faculty members and fellow researchers. Today, I, Dr. Himanshi from Chittagong University Punjab campus, is going to present my work titled Predictive Learning Enabled Zero Trust Testing Framework for Secure IoT Network Traffic Analysis. So, I want to ask a question. Do you all know what is federated learning? Just it is a common. Anybody is having an idea about what is federated learning? No. So I'll tell you. Can I use a board? You have to write it within 8 minutes. Definitely, ma'am. I'll save some relevant things. So I'll just tell you what is the difference between the traditional IDS and the federated learning. What was happening in the traditional? There is one central server and there are various devices. Now, what was happening in the traditional times, in traditional IDS, every information from every IP device was transmitting to the central server. Now, because of this, there was many scalability issues and the privacy issues. Now, how scalability issues? There is the information loss also in between. When we are sending the data from IP device to the central server, there may be various issues, various privacy leaks, there could be information loss. So to overcome this challenge, to overcome this issue, we have moved to the federated learning. So what federated learning is doing, we have a central server and the data is again, we have various IoT devices and suppose this is the hospital data. This is hospital 1, this is hospital 2 and this is hospital 3. Now, every hospital will be trained on that local data. यहीं पे ही आपकी ट्रेनिंग होगी on the local model. Each will be trained on its own local data. Now the collectively data will not be transferred to the central server. Only the data that model updates, only the weights will be given to the central server. तो इसमें जितनी भी trainings होंगी, all the training models will be done here, and the model updates will be sent to the central server. Now, here central server, what federated learning will do at the central server? It will calculate all the averaging, model updates, all the averaging will be done, and then the output. If the averaging is done accurately, this percentage is accurate, then it is okay. If the accuracy is not perfect, then again the global updates will be sent back to the IoT devices, and then the calculation will be done again. This is what federated learning is doing based on the SDN network. Now we have the table of contents which will include the abstract, introduction, related work, methodology, proposed algorithm, results and the conclusion. So what is there in abstract? In traditional, I already told that there are so many IoT devices connected over the internet. Millions of devices are connected over the internet, and there is a chance of attacks also. Cyber attacks are very vulnerable nowadays. So what IoT device will do? In modern, there are various cyber attacks also happening around, like DDoS, spoofing, botnets. So because there was a centralized intrusion detection system, like I told you here, there was a centralized intrusion detection system. Because of that, there was a very loss of data. So to overcome that, we have integrated all the models, all the techniques, federated learning, zero trust architecture, software defined networking, to bring to one solution so that data leakage should not be there, information loss should not be there. Now, zero trust architecture means it always gives a tagline: never trust, always verify. Never trust, like hospital data. It is a patient data. We cannot trust like this. Hospitals never give you the data.
they always verify the data and then give you the results. So SDN is basically the decoupling of the control plane and the data plane. So control plane is basically the controller of the network, brain of the computer. So IoT gateways are collaboratively training the models using the predicted learning. They share only the sensitive, only that important data to the server. They do not share whole data to the server. They only share the important relevant data, sensitive information to the server. So SDN controller dynamically zero trust access control based on the trust scores. So they at last they calculate the dynamic scores, trust scores. If it is high trust, means it is a normal traffic. If it is low trust, it means there is some suspicious activity going on. So this proposed architecture, we have achieved high detection, low latency and scalable performance. Now introduction, I'll skip it because I've already told you that. So these are the main contributions of my work. We have integrated the federated learning, zero trust and SDN architecture to secure the complete IoT network. A privacy distributed intrusion detection framework educated at IoT gateways. Now gateway, actually what it does, it monitors the entire traffic and secures. It works as a privacy at the edge network. So it basically secures all the data that is coming from the IoT devices. So SDN based trust, sensitive zero trust enforcement system in which access control and micro segmentation is divided. What is micro segmentation? If we have a huge network, that huge network is divided into the distributed segments. ताकि अगर if one segment is affected, malware आ गया one system में, then other systems will not be affected. If the malware has gone into one system, it will not be spread to the other systems. So that is why we have used the micro segmentation that is dynamically enforced as per the behavior. Now our main focus is on the adaptable and scalable. That is why I have highlighted this. Adaptable means whenever the new attack pattern comes into the system, that also our proposed architecture will be able to detect. And scalable means it is supporting to millions and thousands of IoT devices to make the system secure, adaptable and scalable. So these are the papers taken from the IEEE IoT, future generation computer systems, computer security, wiring. There are multiple journals that have been taken into account to consider the proposed methodology. So this is our proposed methodology. This is again, I have already explained you that there are various IoT devices, sensors. It can be smart healthcare systems, it can be sensors, it can be cameras or any sort of industrial systems. They will send all the information to the IoT gateway. Now IoT gateway will train the models at the lower level. ठीक है, यहाँ पे IoT will train every model. यहाँ पे सारी training होगी and then only the sensitive data will be shared to the central server. अब यहाँ पे now based on what features are being there, only the important low traffic features will be extracted and that important features may we will detect the anomaly. And then the flow statistics, the global model will decide that which is the best accuracy. ये training है, this is to and fro. To and fro means कि आपका एक बार अगर आपने भेज दिया data, then if the data is not accurate, then again the training rounds will go on. तब तक iterations will go on till then जब तक accuracy is not achieved. So it will go on like this and then the predictive learning will achieve the output. So this is the methodology again. We have used the various equations. So I merged all the equations into one figure. We have used 10 equations in the resource paper and I have merged all the equations. Like equation 1 is we have extracted the feature based on the packet rate. What is the duration? What are the number of bytes? How much data is being transmitted? How much data is being received? Everything is being done in the feature extraction. Then it is local data set formation. How much data is being formatted? कितना data हमने acquire कर लिया है? ठीक है? Local model training. Training is being done over here. ठीक है? So here all the training is being done and then the data is being transmitted to the decision. ठीक है? Now here the decision is based on the trust threshold. अगर higher level of trust है, it means there is a normal traffic. If it is a lower level of trust, it means some suspicious or malicious activity has undergone. See, we have used full access means all the information is accessible. Restricted access means only limited permissions have been granted to access the information. Isolated means only there is an isolated environment, no information can be extracted from that. So then there is a S3 controller which will take the decision based on the level of trust that has been achieved. So this is here is the trust code equation. So I will not explain this, it will take a long time. So I'll stop here. Next is our results, please. This is my proposed algorithm. That what I have explained is written in the proposed algorithm. Like here, there are various training grounds that have been taken 1 to T. These are the training grounds. Thank you.
Results.
So these are the results that have been taken on the gateways. It is an isolated environment. We have taken a simulated environment. It is evaluated on the intrusion detection performance, network overhead and latency, trust-based access control, and scalability. So this is a centralized ML-based IDS, LSTM-based, federated learning, and proposed. Proposed actually integrates everything. So we have received the best accuracy based on the training level of training routes and F1 score also.
This is the accuracy of
Anomaly detection. Yes. Based on the iterations, there have been n number of iterations that went through. And then after that, which is the best accuracy we have achieved?
The main part of this is your training part, right?
Training.
The training is not done correctly, that means the whole system is fault. And you have not given any information responding to training.
Training, actually I have not written here.
But that is what is the main part. So that information.
Yes,
Go back
yes.
to your methodology diagram first.
Yes.
Which loss function is used?
So we go one.
Methodology. Which loss function you have used, you have not mentioned also. Go to the next slide. In the local model training, right? Equation number 3, that is a generic equation for loss function.
This is the equation number 3 is a local model training.
So which loss function, right? That is the equation for
Yes.
loss function. Which loss function you have used?
Softmax.
But it's not
Activation
mentioned
function.
over there.
I'm not written here because I just need to compress the things. But this written
That
in
is very
the
important, no? Because it is the integral part of the work. Without training, the complete system will.
Okay, next time I'll add that. But I have used the softmax activation function to analyze the
Softmax is the activation function. I'm asking about the loss functions.
loss function is basically I have calculated by using this.
There is no information on loss function. Softmax is the activation function.
Yeah, that is activation function. Yes.
That is the generic equation for loss function.
Yes.
So which loss function you should know in your work, you should know which loss function you have used. And which model you have used for training.
Federated learning model.
No, but federated learning will come after the data stream is passing to the
Yes,
model.
yes.
But for that to happen, first the model needs to be trained.
Yes. There.
That information is not there.
Because I have taken basic models like SVM or RF, random forest or SVM models, machine learning models. Basics I have taken to train that
Yeah,
model.
that should be present, I'm saying. That is very important. That should be present.
Okay, sorry that I missed it. But I can tell you verbally because it is written in the system. Regularization I am not using. This is a basic local model training. This is a local model training. Laws are not used anywhere. But this is local model training that is being
Equation to
done.
showcase the loss, right? This is the equation to showcase the loss. That is the generic equation. It is irrelevant for the local model training.
Actually, for training these models, like I have taken an example of hospital, like
What you are giving is the surface level information. What we are asking is the ground level information and how it is done actually. Right? So in the paper, no, it's a technical paper. You should mention technically what you have done. Superficial information is present in the introduction. That is what is missing.
alright, absolutely next time.
And in fact, previous slide also it appears as if you have designed the whole system. Just show the bigger one.
Which one? This is the one map.
So it appears as if you have designed this whole system including sensors, cameras, smart devices.
These are RD devices.
Have you actually designed the whole framework, or you have carried out just one part of this whole?
No, ma'am. We have. I have taken the basic IoT devices. Basic IoT devices like smart healthcare systems. It can be cameras. It can be industrial appliances.
So that's a different thing. But in your work, what you have to do is methodology tells exactly what you want to do. So just it may be just one block, but that one block is entirely what you have done. Is what should have been present here rather than showing this paper is available readily across so many books. Not even papers are there in many books.
Are not seen it is self-created. But maybe.
Because you should focus here. In presentation, you should be very, very specific about the work which you have carried out. The technical details should be reflected in the presentation so that it's easy for everyone to understand and to correlate with what can be done maybe in their own work or if there's some idea. So that it is.
And for your remote identity embed in future work.
And one last suggestion I got so one more suggestion, maybe next time it's better that we include everything in your PPT itself because this code is available but may not be a technique based.
Because I thought that I would explain using software.
So everything should be there in PPT itself. Just a suggestion from my side.
Is not correct according to abstract. Going to the point that I want to.
Tracks may not be the points. Just to explain in bullets that what is being happening in that direction.
Should not abstract should not get it.
We usually do like this, but as per your rally, it may be over for that.
When it comes to using it,
But not for the conference, not so actively.
I hardly accept it as your suggestion, and I'll definitely recommend it.
It's just taking as a positive thing.
It's okay now. It's okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
next. Monthly double vote. Yash.
I am graduating today presenting my paper entitled Investigation of the Different Phenomenon Indian Youth Social Climate. People of production here, we are concluded with the hallucination, literature review, hallucination of fluid models. What is LLM? LLM is a large language model. Basically, it's a model which is generated text. In our research, we use 4 open source LLM models. Java 2.0, DeepSeek R1, Llama 3.1, and UR. And the low social language are those languages which has a limited data resources and not proper energy resources to complete the completion. In our research, we use the 6 low social languages: Marathi, Konkani, Nepali, Hindi, Kashmiri, and Pashto. And what is the hallucination phenomenon? Hallucination phenomenon is a generation of factual incoherency, misleading, contextual, irrelevant information by a large data. Understand LLM hallucination. LLM hallucination is the answering, the LLM for the answer confidently. Basically, one of the examples which are generated when the user are calling the capital of Australia, and the LLM answer Sydney is the capital of Australia, and the correct answer is in Canberra. But problem is in LLM matrices is the 81% accuracy for this answer, because they use the similarity scores like the blue score and other scores. But we reason why this unrealistically Australia's biggest city was the city and the famous. 80% of what people think the capital of Australia is famous. But Alan predicts the next one, not the actual truth or fact. This is a real fact about Alan. Real life alone. Why hallucination is a problem? Hallucination spreads misinformation. Just in AI is a bigger problem in the context of Windows, like the harm of education.
They got it back home.
There is a two transaction papers. The transaction of the Association for Computational Linguistics from paper.
Transaction from which journal?
Transaction of Association of
Publication.
for Computational Linguistics.
Publication. Transaction from which?
Computational Linguistics. The computational linguistics is a US-based NLP best research journal.
See, with this tell us what is the problem here, identify it and how will it solve?
There is a limited data available for low resource languages, insufficient fact verification in low resource languages like in Marathi. For example, we talk about Hindi. Our president is very good, but for example, for Mathli, the president is different because there is no proper training data and infrequently update of those data. Data collection, we use it to benchmark data sets for this. Add up daily data set or blend scale data set, pre-processed data set, and machine translation will be used to do that. The part we use the translation model by Facebook, which is the LLP 200 displayed 60 million parameters, which is a very good model for a low resource language. I personally prefer this language as compared to the Google translation because people are using the various places like Bihar, UP, and other places. The data set of this model is very good. The linguistic data set will be created for the low resource value and the response will be generated for this model. This three models, which is a Llama 3.3 or 2. And then we apply the evolution metrics for this experimental setup like this. The daily dialog data set has a 4 debit talks, which is this is a free factual matrix which we use for RUCL. This is lexical overlapping similarity, which is not a proper similarity for like a news score or nothing. It's a lexical longest common substitute between there. Like CC is the factual accurate by the for checking the factual accuracy for the LLM model. How will we have factual correct or not? And natural language inference, where is semantic inconsistency in the specifically and confusing. This is a data set which will be generated. This is the one example where the proposed method will be used. There is a one source text in this language. There is a LLM generated language. Basically, in a Mathli, ताज में दिल्ली में स्टेटमेंट है एक एक्सप्लेनेशन एंड क्रिएटेड एक टेक्स्ट को ओरिजिनल टेक्स्ट दोनों को प्रीप्रोसेस किया गया एक को सोर्स और एक को रेफरेंस रखा गया इससे हमने मशीन ट्रांसलेशन करके इसे इस इंग्लिश टेक्स्ट को भी कन्वर्ट करके देखा है बाद में इसे एलएलएम से जनरेट करवा के देखा इसके रिस्पांस को और उसके बाद उसमें हमने एक्यूरेसी कैलकुलेट करके देखी हाइड्रोस्टेटिक केलिंग तो बेसिकली हम की मॉडल्स की यूज किया है ताकि सेल्फ डिटेक्शन एक बहुत पॉपुलर टर्म है सेल्फ डिटेक्शन hallucination एक और टर्म है जो बेसिकली पेपर्स में बहुत ज्यादा यूज होता है बट वो बहुत ज्यादा मतलब कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव नहीं है क्योंकि इसका रीजन वो बार-बार रिस्पांस जनरेट करता है तो बहुत नॉट कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव देयर इज अ कॉस्ट एफिशिएंसी विल बी देयर देयर इज वन एग्जांपल हाउ विल यू एक्चुअली करेक्ट और नॉट the language emotional analysis. The Nepali has the highest consistency and lowest intelligence level. The reason behind is Nepali is the official language of Nepal. There is a used by youth and other people, but the worst and the most proven hallucination language is Kashmiri Fars. There is a reason behind it that hallucination Kashmiri is
the reason for using Nepali is that your title says Indian low resource language. So any specific reason for choosing Nepali, not
area of North and Sikkim. There is an area which we use the Nepali and the culture of Nepal is totally different.
Nepali is Indian language.
No, Nepali is not an Indian language, but it is same Indian
title of the paper says.
Yes. There is one language also which is not in Indian constitution, but the Nepal is a part of India. As a historical purposes, the typical treaty will be differentiated.
Let's not try to touch upon geography.
Yes.
And interpret it in our own ways. Let's leave it to the experts. Okay. So I think you should have not used Indian source, or maybe you could have skipped Nepali to Chinese. Both ways you should have utilized.
These are
languages which you consider. You consider these languages in India.
Yes. Police language. The modified hallucination analysis, the generally because the board is the best model, this is the lowest hallucination rate, and the probability is also similar to the hallucination rate, but if the R1 is the highest hallucination rate because there is a two reasons. One is the architecture of deep sea. There is
This is a comparison of existing models, right?
Yes.
What you have done. Is it a research work or a review work?
This is not research work. Basically, we use the Indian regional languages, low resources regional languages, which is not available in any marketplace to analysis.
None of these models here have developed any of these models on the
This is a large language model which is trained by open. This is a basically open source model which is trained by official companies like Meta.
So you are basically trying to present the overview or review of this model. I don't think so that review papers were really my it was research.
Basically, my original work is a key contribution is a data set behind the 6 low resources and data set. What is the hallucination percentage in these languages by these models? And the data set will be created by me and manually verified by my other regional friends also. The conclusion is that the no, sir. There is a benchmark data sets. Basically, one is the legacy data top data set, and the one data set dialog data set, which is the official benchmark data set for computation AI, which is the only rich languages like only English. But we have no any source like low resources languages like Indian low resources languages. Yes, sir. This is the six low resources languages. This is the less than 100 million tokens available in the market or internet. So basically, we try to translate those languages, the official benchmark data set to convert these 6 languages and manually check and verify. So manually check means one meaning regional versus by checking. For example, I have 4 different people for that. They check manually the one
but nothing related to the title of the conference which says cybersecurity and communication. So I don't see any part of neither communication nor cybersecurity in this. That's my
They also have that I fine-tune my model based on these languages, and then I'm using the hallucination factor as 0. So now whether presenting here is just some sort of survey.
Study kind of, or maybe a survey kind of thing.
So this is not a technical research or business. So I don't understand.
I will see 2 points from my side. The map will be saying this is the cybersecurity conference. The hallucination is a problem which I will be explaining.
See, everybody must answer. Nobody is questioning that whether hallucination is a problem.
We are like examples which is mentioned here, which is given by which is a court case, which is a big legal citation by ChatGPT, which is submitted in the US and they find it to lawyer. This is a cyber threat. Which is the issue with the model. This is no research. Yes, sir.
See, we are not questioning the relevance of the work, but what is the question is, what is the research which you have done in this? What have you formed any models, have you trained the models, or any kind of comparison models?
We fine-tune the model. For example, we have a
generate a responses and check each response whether the hallucination is in the model. Basically, not the benchmark for a hallucination. The responses are also checked by manual. Yes, manual people say the basically the function is the RAB, but the low resource length and the low RAB. So we have a new embedding. So one of the my research is the RAB. Yes.
This is like you are doing people instances. Like this state people are there that and that. But that is an absence of start and research part and there's no research involved. They collected the data, but on the collected data, unknown the model, then it is a hallucination. Which is currently everything we have identified that those things. Then we have the research that is the current model is a hallucination. But I collected the data set and found the model and then I reduced the hallucination.
So let's see the very quickly the growth of that, so maybe in the next conference we will present the answer.
This is currently a long research.
So the one suggestion is it's a high-quality model, so you have to be very particular about the getting the content of the data. After the reviewers, the session chairs, it goes to the third round as well at the ICSCCC global level. So they also pick up randomly some papers and they check and go. I thought I would end with my session.
Next. Next person. 433. Congrats. 293.
Nice session with young professionals of this work. We can have one with all participants as well. One with the session code and then come to all presenters. One for presenters. We hope that these activities will sometime in the next conference. And the anchor as well.
on network or deepfake coordinates. So, these are outline and I'll start with the introduction. And the introduction says like we have the deepfake scenarios and the spoofing techniques developed by the scammers. Right? So nowadays we don't have a device which supports the deepfake detection embedded in this edge device. So we have multi ways to detect that spoofing. Like we can relate with the original audio videos. We have other techniques like detect a silence. We have other techniques like we can detect presence of noise in the audio. So my agenda is to capture those audio defects and bring it in the forward and mark it as a so that the user can not get scammed. So moving forward. These are the literature service, and my base paper has published in scientific reports and they use very popular data set the physical access. So in the market, what people try to achieve is normalize this data set in the form of LA and PA. What is LA? LA is logical access and PA is papers as well. But those are generally the high heavyweight models they have used, but not in the edge devices. So my agenda is to carry on this research on the lightweight model. Second proper statement is to where the audio is not normally tested in the lab environment. I want to make a difference so that it can be tested in the noise environment and then even in the call scenarios as well. So the other models will have very limited compatibility issues because of the resource constraint. My model will support very low base because it has 6,000 parameters, and other models has comparatively 600,000, like 6 lakh. So the objective of my research is to bring a long list.
The gaps you are playing that new model is being trained on the absolute correct data technology. That is what we are playing.
Yes, the existing model is better at accuracy, but my model is close to them, but also compared to the audio.
But in the second gap you mentioned, the audio degradation is there. Yes. No model is being trained on the absolutely clean data. That's what the claim is of the.
Yeah, my claim is they are not deployable.
So you are training your model on the monthly data, right?
Yes. Yeah. It's very standard. So the objective is to integrate the log-less spectrogram, which is very much popular. We have this is the first objective I have covered. The other one is to cover the audio which has the biological cues. Biological cues is nothing but silence, speech, silence and the noise, and other factors is like environment-based factors which can be easily detectable. When you are in the traffic, the cars can be easily detectable. So these models has my model is being trained on that particular scenario. Yeah. So I will cover this first. We have different views. The first view will get you the spectrogram from the starting of this estimates, short-term Fourier transform, which get the output of log-mill spectrogram and getting normalized through the filter band, which is LB, and then again accumulate into log-mill, become push it into the CNN to train the model and generate the embedding for the future use. This is the another use which I integrate. This queue you will see it has the three major steps. First three are the spectral flux phase difference and RMS and HS types. So in this we have total nine sub queues which is helping us to normalize the data. And in the picture figure 2 you will see the phase difference between the real and spoofed data. In the spoofed data you will see that at the bottom the heat map is more spreaded. So moving forward, this is another phase difference. Phase difference in feedback. There's nothing but the second step of the diagram which I showed you. This is the another one which you can clearly makes sense when you put side by side with the original audio. The high and the lows, gap of the high and lows are more in the smooth data compared to the quantified data. So this is the overall architecture you can see. The branch A and branch B get coupled with the fusion data, and once we remove the all outliers and we are using the fusion head logic one, and then we do the validation for the two bodies. So these are the results. As I want to draw the attention that my LAER, which is the error rate of the first half of the audio section, is 14.2%, and second half is 11.2%. The other baseline papers don't include the PA, which is basically required for this. So I covered the other one, and comparatively it is lightweight and easily deployable. Yeah, the conclusion is like now the temporal defects which we find in the audio, right? And we like to get into the more details because nowadays more number of features getting integrated into the audios. So this model is capable enough to like draw a separate line between the hearer frequencies. Thanks. The ASPs do what they suggest. You don't have to find the probability or the accuracy. They target the LAER.
Because you want to implement that model in the very hopefully so how can you say that now this model can be deployed in the
So the number of parameters is 6,000, close to 5,000.
The parameter is only of CNN, right? What about other things?
Other tools are very lightweight, sir. How can you say that? Once you get the embeddings and you recall the branch A and the branch B, then we contact the embeddings.
You are explaining it twice. You are saying that how can you justify that this pipeline is because so that one portion is to be done. Second point that you are on the basis of which you are claiming that your model is going that is not at all possible. What is this L? If I L goes to ZCN, what is the meaning of this? Like below line is here.
Yeah, when we get the output from the
what is the meaning of L arrow ZCN? What is the meaning of that?
The output of the log mill spectrogram get fed into the model and this gives us ZCN.
What is ZCN?
This is the embedding, sir.
ZCN is the embedding. How can you calculate the embedding without running the model roughly? From after lightweight CMM, then you get the CMM embedding in the next one.
Yes.
So that CMM is your embedding, right?
That's it.
Before that,
yeah, that 3 layers it's not being presented in the PPT. So I will forward it.
Then we use XCMM for information. Very light using AI, but
No, it's not AI. Sir. I can show you the negative one. It's not AI.
Then you should know about the information. Like this. Have you created that particular item for CMM architecture?
Yeah. That the dot setup. That is the from the Google.
So why not look at the same now every year that
This is the RMS energy state. When I got the output for the that was different.
But here also the same.
This is not the same as what I showed you.
These those two ones have to be spectral stats, RMS energy stats. Below that you can see the absolutely the same. The next slide also the same.
Because we are processing the same kind of
how we just spectral flux stats and RMS energy stats.
There are multiple barrier processing we are doing there. The 9Q is the first one we get. Four different parameters what we are targeting there. The second one is the last one is
we are saying how to the two results of the two different steps would be absolutely same.
It is not that's it. So I just got a reference.
How you represent that process is whatever information you want to represent which is the basis of your model developing lightweight statement. The responding to that is new information which holds the basis of the work. You understand that?
Yeah, I can see.
Absolutely. Because and in the value section.
Yes.
So where are the citations of this date and place and
Well, in the like let's say we mentioned here.
citation to the then how to do this? Can you show me this paper? Where is this paper presented as like?
This one I mentioned.
Where is that paper? Where? Where is it?
In internet too.
You should not be internet. You should have a presentation. Your presentation is complete or this is what your presentation is. You should capture all the information inside this. You should not do any other information. Then, because now how do you feel that you have done the comparative study in the current tables? How do we know?
research has been done in which they have taken the human explanation or textual reasoning for linguistics. So we have proposed a hybrid decision support system that transforms human descriptions of driving into actionable driving commands. And moreover, like right now in the perception, like most of the research they are focusing on the perception system in which they are focusing on the object detection or predicting the trajectory. These things we are like considering. So going to the brief literature review, like as I already said, most of the literature review like they are focusing on this perception on the control mechanism, or we are focusing on the AV deployment, real-time deployment, and they are not considering the human explanation of the linguistic inputs. So our work has given this input to the technique that is hybrid AF-IP, which I am going to discuss. And the dataset over here is uses VDD-X dataset, which is a benchmark dataset that is working deep dive explanation. So total annotation in this dataset is 26,000. Total videos are 6,970, and these videos are getting converted into a form of action description, action explanation, as well as action labels. And the input format of the dataset is CSV or JSON files, and everything is being labeled. Left turn, 5 labels are there: left turn, right turn, stop, accelerate, or lane change. And in per sentence, we are having 6 to 20 words. So initially, once the data is collected, then we have performed the pick. Then further, once the data is collected, feature, like since I have shown you, feature pre-processing has been applied, in which lemmatization lower, like text is getting converted into a lower cases. Then further, like vocabulary has been created, and finally feature has been instructed based on EF-IDF. That is term frequency, inverse frequency, inverse document frequency, in which each words are getting converted into numerical vectors. So that is the third stage of this proposed methodology. So it highlights like the word like stop, lane, slow, and words. They are having the highest score, and the word like is, am, or the girl, they are having the lowest score. Further, on this EF-IDF, the word embedding technique has been applied, which is basically a pre-trained model from the Hugging Face, and this model is having the capability to understand the context meaning of the word in a sentence. Finally, so further, like two-level architecture was there, in which classification. And we are having a human explanation blocks are there, and accordingly the decisions are being taken by the classification, in which we have used HT which is being combined with hybrid model is being base learner, and those base learner are getting as an input to the level 1 data classifier. Since now autonomous vehicle we are working towards sensors. They are highly dependent on the sensors. And even we are having sensors like lidar, ultrasonic, or cameras also. Even that camera, they are having the megapixel of 58 to 24. The megapixel is low because for the high processing. And moreover, lidar is also being used. Lidar, but lidar is having navigation is there. Sometimes the situation can arise with lidar, some bad weather condition is there. So due to that, some actions human being to explain, or the pedestrian is doing slow down, these actions need to be executed because these autonomous vehicles are till now not in the production mode. And even lidar is having one disadvantage, like in bad weather, it's not working.
officer, they are writing basically 5 levels, SC levels. Level 0 is there in which the whole control is in the human lab. And level 5, which is now in the deployment stage. So it will be under level because level 5 is purely automation. So it will require, since I told you, even Tesla also, they are not using radar also. This thing I have checked because radar is not going to, because there is one reason, that is radar is expensive. Very less vehicles are there which are using this thing. Is instead of radar, I told you we are using cameras, and even in that camera also, megapixel, I told you, 8 to 24 megapixels. See, that we can't say it cannot appear, but we can't say about the tool. Maybe machine is not operating during that weather. Even sometimes the sensor is even it is not getting maintained also. Yes, for data also we are using text data also. No? So for processing that text data also we are using. We are not saying we are doing the instruction to the car. We are taking the instruction from the navigation system also, like the GPS which we are using. There is a model I need to explain. For that, I need to compare. So, Ms. Michael, I'm working on the class. It's a assignment. So for that, little bit I have learned about technique. So over here, the learning curve is there, which shows the steady upward by taking as well as elevation as well as the RPC which we present from 0.95 to 0.97. So it's a feature extension where we present the lane as well as stop. So it's part with regularly. These are the features which are important. These are the citations that are being used. The stream of fluid.
My name is Anuradha. I'm from the Department of Computer Science Engineering Organization. Today I'm presenting my research work on the topic of anomaly detection in IoT network traffic using feature engineering and deep learning techniques. So my slide is as following. First I will introduce about IoT and intrusion detection system. Then I will discuss about research and problem statements and objectives. Then I will go through with the methodology and result, and then I will conclude my research, the key findings. So basically, what is IoT? So IoT stands for Internet of Things. So it's like the smart devices that communicate or can exchange the data through internet. Nowadays, IoTs are used in everywhere, in short. So due to this, the devices are continuously exchanging. The data, due to which it is highly vulnerable, and so it is very important to secure IoTs. So this is the basic flow of IoT, like sensors will collect the data, then transfer to the gateways, and it will then send to the cloud server. Cloud server will process it and store it. Then user can control or communicate through apps, and actually will perform according to commands. So next is intrusion detection system. So it is you can say a tool or a monitor. It is used to like monitor the network traffic, like to detect suspicious or you can say unauthorized access. So there are main two methods. One is signature and another is anomaly. Signature is identifying or you can say detecting known attacks using the predefined pattern, whereas anomaly detects unknown attacks using by comparing with the predefined patterns is available. And main is as IoT is rapidly using so attacks like DOS or you can say computers. Okay. So my research lab is mostly the research paper I have read, they have a quite good accuracy, but still they are facing some issues like they are facing issues like balancing, like data set is not balanced. And second is due to the imbalanced data set, the minor attacks are very poorly detected. And there is no one single framework where feature engineering or class balancing is implemented. So I have done that. So my problem statement is as simple like as the IDs suffering from imbalanced dataset and high dimensional feature engineering. So I have implemented a framework where I have used feature engineering, reduction, selection, and balancing. And this is the objective that I have implemented. I have implemented simple framework using machine learning and deep learning. For balancing, I have used SMART, and then I have evaluated using the matrix and accuracy, precision, recall, and reference code. So this is my main methodology. First, I have taken accident, combined it in a unified form, and then I have applied pre-processing like removing missing values and implementing normalization, that is min-max scaling. Then I did the feature extraction and reduction. For that feature selection and reduction, for that I have implemented correlation coefficient. If the value is less than 0.9, then I have removed it, and then I have removed 4 non-informative features. After that, I have created new feature by combining S byte and D byte. Then I have removed. Then I got 42 features. After that, I removed 4 more features because they were introducing the redundancy. So after that, I got 38 features, and then I got experiment. I did experiment 1A and B, where one is with SMART and another is without SMART. And I have applied SMART on both 38 and 42 features both. And this is the result of 42 features with and without SMART, and this is the result of 38 features with and without SMART. Okay. So basically, my So in the result, like in the binary classification, the decision tree worked very well, and in the multi-classification, CNN deepnet has worked done. Actually, the data set is highly imbalanced, so the accuracy will not be the correct way to judge if my result is good. So I also focus on precision and recall for that. Yes.
Your user techniques model.
Yes.
If that consistency correct, or data is
yes.
This is related one data set in which everything is valid, right?
Yes.
Within small. Now we will talk about just advanced models. So which model is this?
For multi-class, for like binary with smart decision tree give higher accuracy, and for multi-class deep.
So why it is giving higher accuracy?
So decision tree works like it will take a feature that will separate that class very perfectly. So while implementing it, when it gets proper features that I have selected, when I give it that selected feature, it like distribute on the basis of the best features.
But the also the results are better.
Yes, sir. But for multi-class, it's
But you're getting better results on inference data. In table 10, you're getting better results in distributed, which is imbalanced data.
Yes, sir. Actually, 10 is a multi-class. In multi-class, the issue is some attacks are minor. Okay, so
for multi-class imbalanced data is good data. That's
yes.
what you're saying. You are trying to solve that problem, but there is no problem that what are we trying to solve?
Actually, sir, this is 38 features in previous papers.
The question is, that if imbalanced data is getting much higher accuracy, that means there is no problem with the data.
Yes,
Then if there is no problem, then what is solving the problem?
I have done the reduction of the features too. Actually, the features is 49, so I have reduced it to 38. I have taken, yes, and removing the non-informative.
Have you understood my question?
Yes.
What is the question?
The question was like without not even they are getting good accuracy.
essential part of my paper is that in nowadays information systems are critical component to the modern cybersecurity infrastructure. And we have seen several improvements in the recent machine learning and deep learning based ideas, which achieve exceptionally high pixel accuracy, but they lack trustworthiness in the real world security. They often produce overconfident pixels, where the confidence of the pixel do not accurately reflect actual correctness. They need to learn analysis and we need to know actual correctness of the pixel. That if an attack is predicted to be true, then how much we can trust the ideas to either show the effective activity required, the ideas required to be complementary personality, which are calibration and expandability. So, the existing study primarily addresses these calibration, certainty, uncertainty, or expandability independently, leaving gap in the unified process system. Therefore, this proposes an EPC framework, is a trust analysis framework that integrates technical scaling, multi-control, and also the major limitations of these are that
temperature scaling, what is that? What is that?
Explaining what it is, not talking about part after temperature scaling, there is a one value, which is visible. So next time when you do one is for grid images.
But they will promote it.
They're not allowed.
So there is a nationality.
See, everything is out there.
Maybe
Because of that.
I feel
So you're okay about this. And you're taking the review side. The bond is also different in the next side. Okay, so now these are the data sets, right? What are the insights from this? What are the insights?
the insights is the like first we have to maintain the accuracy. What was in the base model, earlier this was we should maintain that accuracy in this framework and then decrease the EC expected calibration error. We should the framework, the rules framework.
And what is base and what is base?
This is the base model which is available. So we have selected one of the base model which I have selected the ML.
These are all your results. Full ETC is your results from every other data set. 6 data set. So get the comparative study with other models. Where is the comparative? There is no comparative study. This is not comparison, these are the results of different data sets. This is not comparison. Comparison means your model compared to study
Some baseline models. You consider some baseline models for the comparative.
Current state of the art models. And your base model, your base model is also from 2020. Your base model is from which year? Which one is the base model?
What's my ideas? And it's the only idea.
So the results of these papers are present there. Where are the results of these papers? How do you say that your model is performing the better? Without the practice study, how do you make them? You got publish also. Publish concepts.
Yes. Accepted. Yes.
Yeah. This one, this one published over. You publish new one. And you have taken the snapshot from there. You write text to it and text to it. And you are saying that it is published. It's not published. Doesn't matter. Stay there to reject it. And you have taken the snapshot from there only. Not in the data. You thought that it's published somewhere. That is the asking where it's published. Because without a practice study, you want to publish. That is when this presentation is happening. How can you create that your model is a better model if you have not compared your model itself in the current state of the art? You understand your problem?
Okay, now to that previous slide. References. Okay.